Well, it's 5:31, and I'd like to call the June 4th meeting of the Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals to order. Would you kindly call the roll?
Sure. Margaret Clements.
Here.
Skip Daly. Pamela Davidson.
Here.
Guy Loftman.
Here.
Jeff Morris.
Here.
Okay. All right, so we have 4 members attending. I know Skip will be attending, so he may be a few minutes late.
Okay, great. Would you kindly introduce the evidence?
Sure.
And let the record reflect that Skip Daly has arrived. Thank you, Skip.
I'd like to introduce the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did you make a motion?
She's going to introduce it,
Oh.
then we'll approve it.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce the following items into the evidence. The Monroe County Development Ordinance as adopted and amended. The Monroe County Comprehensive Plan as adopted and amended. The Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals Rules of Procedure as adopted and amended in the cases that were legally advertised and scheduled for a hearing on tonight's agenda.
I move to approve the evidence you've just introduced for tonight's meeting. Second.
Moved and seconded to approve tonight's introduction of evidence. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Skip Daly.
Yes.
Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, Jeff, sorry if you are doing this, but okay, I do see your picture. Thank you. Margaret Clements.
Yes.
All right, motion it carries 5-0.
Is there approve the agenda?
I move to approve tonight's agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve tonight's agenda as presented, which includes some continuances, which we will introduce next. A vote yes is a vote to approve tonight's agenda. Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Skip Daly.
Yes.
Motion is approved 5-0.
Okay, now there were minutes that were given to us from April 23rd. Are there any objections or a motion to approve? Sorry.
I move to approve the minutes of April 23rd, 2025.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from April 23rd, 2025. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Skip Daly.
Present.
Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 4-0.
Okay, with regard to the first item on the agenda, which is old business, that's items number 1, 2, 3, and 4, that has been continued. So if there's anyone here for the Biddle requests, we will not be hearing that tonight. Under new business, we have several variances, 6 of them that are listed on the agenda, but we will hear 4 of them tonight. VAR-25-8B, VAR-25-8E, VAR-25-8F, and then VAR-25-8G. And this all has to do with Simtra regarding interior landscaping variances, a general sign regulation setback requirement, a general sign regulation as far as total sign allocation, and sidewalk requirements will be heard tonight concerning the property on Curry Pike. It's formerly known as Baxter. It's at 617 South Curry Pike, and I believe that Mr. Brown will be reviewing that with us.
Thank you. And Chrysilius will also be presenting the sign portion of those variances. So the request is for interior parking and landscaping from Chapter 830 of the Monroe County Zoning Ordinance, general sign regulations from Chapter 817 of the County Development Ordinance, and sidewalk requirements variance from Chapter 818 of the County Development Ordinance. The purpose is to amend an approved landscaping plan in regards to VAR 25-8B and VAR 25-8G, as well as to establish 2 new signs at a gate on the subject property. That is in regards to VAR-25-8E. As VAR-25-8B relates to a site plan that was approved before the adoption of the county development ordinance, that particular variance is from the standards of the zoning ordinance instead. That was originally approved back in 1997. The other variances, however, are from the county development ordinance that was adopted in December of 2024. Also, VAR-25-8A was reviewed and approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals during their meeting on April 23rd, 2025. And for VAR-25-8B, the interior landscaping requirements, in July of 2024, staff approved a site plan for the construction of the new building on the property, SIT-24-5. Said site plan included landscaping of the entire site, including converting an estimated 41 parking spaces into landscaping islands. However, since then, the petitioner has stated that they require those 41 parking spaces for their staff and are requesting a variance from the landscaping standards as shown in Exhibit 3 of this packet. Under the Monroe County zoning ordinance, staff found that the number of parking spaces on the lot, even with those parking spaces converted into landscaping islands, would still have met the parking requirements of Chapter 806 of the zoning ordinance, as seen in the image in the lower right corner. As of this report, the large parking lot on the south side of the site will feature 0 trees, 128 shrubs, and 395 grasses and perennials for a density value total of 2,999. That is a deficiency of 5,008 from the total as calculated by staff. If those 5,008 density values were to be converted solely into trees, that would mean a deficiency of 143 trees. It has been calculated by staff, however, that there are other areas on the site where the proposed landscaping has an excess of density value to make up for this loss. This is coming as a site plan amendment to that approved landscaping. And overall, staff has calculated so far that the entire site is providing an excess density value of 23,904. If converted solely into trees, this would be in excess of 683 trees. It is also worth noting that the above calculation of 23,904 does not account for preserved existing landscaping, which the petitioner's engineer is going to provide to staff. As such, the excess density value for the entire site is likely much higher. However, a variance is still required due to the deficiency for the parking island landscaping, as this proposed changing will not meet the minimum density values for parking islands. Petitioner did obtain approval for the interior landscaping islands to be installed in a special flood hazard area. However, staff does acknowledge that it can be challenging to install any impervious curb surface, such as curbing, within the SFHA, and therefore staff was supportive of relocating some landscaping islands to current non-landscaped areas. The petitioner has proposed said landscaping in various locations, some of which already have landscaping as well, as seen in Exhibit 7. The intent of the landscaping islands, however, is still not being met by relocating landscaping outside of contiguous parking areas. Per Section 816-12, parking interior landscaping, the following landscape requirements applied to the parking lots are to prevent large expanses of unbroken paving, to provide shade to cooled paved areas during hot summer months, and where applicable, provide natural filtration for stormwater. And here are some images showing both the approved plan and the proposed plan as of the publishing of the packet for tonight's meeting. The approved plan is in green, the alternate plan is in red. And now we come to the general sign regulations, and I will hand it over to Ann Grisilius.
So the petitioner is requesting 2 sign variances. One is applicable tonight, and I'll talk about both. So the first, so upon submission of ISO 259, a sign permit application as required by the CDO, they are proposing 2 signs to be located on a gate at their, what is considered a back entrance off of Liberty Drive. We have been in contact with a representative with them for a little while now, as they've been having some issues with truck deliveries and going to the wrong entrances. So the entrance of the driveway has an expanded right-of-way area, and I have an image of that on the next slide, leaving minimal to no room for a freestanding sign. So as part of Regulation 817-7C3, we do have a requirement that any sign structure is located a minimum of 10 feet from right-of-way. And so on screen, there is an image. This is a screenshot taken from a survey. It's from their administrative subdivision, where the blue line is the property boundary, and the gate I've highlighted in red. So it's very close to maybe 1 or 2 feet away. So we're saying it's just a 0-foot setback request because the gate is very close. If we go to the next slide, I have we have an image of the proposed signage. So we can see the existing gate with 2 signs on both sides where the gate comes together for, locked evening hours. They generally stay open. And on the next slide, there's just an aerial image where I've highlighted the parcel of county-owned right-of-way. So we have explored some options a while back about putting signage in right-of-way. It would still require a variance. It didn't quite pan out. So staff is supportive of this variance request from the 0-foot setback. If you would like to, I do have a slide with the recommendation in a moment. So we are supportive of this variance request for the setback. On the next slide is the second sign variance request that was advertised for this. So when they submitted that sign permit application, we did identify that there had been new signs installed, some replacement, some new complete change when the change happened from Baxter to Simtra. County planning was currently in a time where we were not reviewing or issuing sign permits. That was legally required, but our sign standards were still relevant and enforceable. So during that time, I advised people that called in what their standards may be, but if they pursued any sign installation, that it was at their own risk if in the future those signs did not comply. So from this sign permit application, we said we do need to permit some after-the-fact signs, and that we will encounter this situation again in the future, I'm sure. So we had a couple questions, which was, we need to know the total amount of signage, and we also need more information on, there were multiple signs along Curry Pike. So there is a part of the general sign regulations allocation standard that does state 1 ground sign with a maximum permitted sign surface area of 60 square feet shall be permitted for each street frontage, subject to the total lot allocation. So you could have a sign on Curry, you could have a sign on Liberty. They have 2 signs along Curry. We did get more information. They do not exceed their total amount for their site. And upon a further review, we do feel that one of the 2 signs, we did determine that one of the 2 signs along South Curry does not meet the definition of a ground sign, so therefore they are compliant with this standard. So tonight we get to say that VA 25-8F is no longer needed. And on screen is the staff recommendation, which you will see again, but we are recommending approval for 8E from the setback, and we are saying that 8F is void.
Perfect, thank you. That was very clear despite the complexity. Thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Brown?
Yes, we move on now to VAR-25-8G, which is the variance from sidewalk requirements. According to Beacon, the petition property is located in the County Development Ordinance Urban Area Boundary, and according to Chapter 841-24A, site plans and site plan amendments located in areas that prompt sidewalks per Chapter 818 must be installed before final approval. And in turn, Chapter 818B states the following standards for site plans: that sidewalks shall be placed in the right-of-way to the extent possible when prompted by site plan. Under a site plan, sidewalks are required to be installed if any of the following prompts apply to the commercial site. 1, sidewalk is present within 2,000 linear feet of the property. 2, the property is shown on the Transportation Alternatives Plan with a greenway corridor or road improvement label. Or 3, the property is within the urban area boundary as defined. This site meets all 3 criteria for requiring a sidewalk. According to estimates, a sidewalk measuring approximately 1,600 feet would need to be installed on the side of the site with frontage on South Curry Pike, and 680 feet of sidewalk will need to be installed on the frontage of South Liberty Drive. There are existing sidewalks along the same portion of South Curry Pike and South Liberty Drive as a petition site, but they are on opposite sides of the street from the petition site. Both sidewalks, if required, will need to be at least 5 feet in width, and in speaking with the Monroe County Highway Engineer, it has been a priority of the city and the county to have sidewalk along both sides of South Liberty Drive and South Curry Pike. And the map to the right indicates the Farscarm Greenway biking trail and connector in blue, and the existing sidewalk in the area in yellow. The petition site itself is highlighted in light blue, which you might be able to make out with my mouse cursor. And on South Liberty Drive, there is sidewalk on the west side that goes all the way to West 3rd Street. And just the usual images, a location map and site conditions map of the property. The CDO zoning map and the comprehensive plan map. And so we come to staff recommendations. Staff recommends the following motions. We recommend approval of VAR-25-8B as parking requirements for the site are being met, and the reduction of parking spaces through new parking islands may otherwise result in more impervious cover to meet the parking demand. In addition, the petitioner has proposed landscaping to be relocated in other key areas to the site, such as an area of the floodplain on the northeast corner, which is currently covered with a gravel parking lot. We recommend approval of VAR-25-8E as the need for the sign within the required setback is for safety considerations of the motoring public, and because the sign will not interfere with site distance requirements. And we recommend denial of VAR-25-8G as the area has been identified by both the Transportation Alternatives Plan adopted in 2018 for an area needing improvement. The goal of both the City of Bloomington and Monroe County is to have sidewalks on both sides of South Liberty and South Curry Pike for as much of this area as possible, as there are several retail establishments for which people walk to commonly. Sidewalks along this site would contribute to a higher level of safety for the public, as to not have to walk along the roadway of South Curry Pike and South Liberty Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll now hear from the petitioner's representative. If you would kindly come up and sign in, and then I'll swear you in. Thank you. And if you would kindly give us your name. Yes.
It was Brian Sheward. I'm a civil engineer with Kimley Horn & Associates. Our offices are at 500 East 96th Street, Suite 300 in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Sheward. And your name, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juliana Mendez. I'm the project manager on behalf of Simtra at 9927 South Curry Pike.
Thank you.
Bloomington.
And if you would both kindly raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, you'll have 15 minutes to review your variance requests with us, and then we'll hear from the public.
I guess I'll ask the board first off. We have a presentation broken into the three asks. I was curious, do we want to go through all of them like you did through the staff report, or do we want to take them in pieces as we go?
We'd like to hear your whole proposal because we can separate it out in our
Totally understand.
minds.
Okay.
Thank you.
So starting off, the first item, and Daniel did a great job. It's heavily convoluted on the parking specifically. If you can go to the next slide for me, Daniel, or whoever's doing this. So when it comes to the parking, this is, as you know, an existing site. It's been there for decades. Ordinances change, obviously, over time. And when we came, actually, you can see in this photo on the left-hand side, the construction activity area is what we call Project Greenlight, which is the construction project that's going on right now and will be continuing, I think, for some time. As we went through that project, staff had identified broadly across the entire site to bring the landscaping to current standards, given it was already an existing site that was originally approved under a different ordinance. So we evaluated that, and this is where we found these two particular areas of difficulty for Simtra. So these two areas, the north area and the south area, as you can see, are existing parking lots. And a major feature of this site is a stream that runs right through the middle of it, and it flows from north to south through the site. If you go to the next slide for me. So north is to the left, and this is that northern parking lot. The gray hatch over almost everything in that parking lot is a FEMA special flood hazard area. So in a 100-year event, that supposedly, if a 100-year storm happens, would be inundated with water. So that's a significant challenge on this property that's an existing condition. The yellow highlighted areas are proposed, carved into the asphalt, take away the asphalt and put in a landscape island. And that's what we were proposing at the time back in the summer of 2024 in order to seek approval for the project. And that was one of the requirements to meet the current ordinance, or I guess the ordinance in effect at the time for interior landscaping. And so this is highlighting those, I'll call them carve-in island additions. If you go to the next slide. And these were the islands proposed on that southern, again, north is to the left, southern part of the site. And you can see some of them fall within the special flood hazard area. The ones to the right, which is east, do not. If you go to the next slide. So this is where it gets a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain this, and Daniel and staff did a nice job. In order to put in those islands to meet the ordinance, it results in a loss of 41 parking spaces. Across the entire campus, which has multiple buildings, and I'm sure Juliana can tell you about the different things going on there, as a total of accessible, standard, and motorcycle parking spaces, there's 586 in the pre-project Greenlight existing conditions. I don't know how you describe it. The change in ownership from Baxter Healthcare to Simtra Biopharma Solutions involved a lot of different discussions about use on the property, and that all happened last summer in the midst of this project. So at the time, we had calculated that there was a need, and the ordinance speaks to the required parking is the max number of employees on the largest shift. And it is a 3-shift campus, so they run 24/7 all the time with the operations they do. We had calculated 550 total employees on the largest shift. So our math showed us that we could lose 41 parking spaces from the 586 down to the 555. And that's why we agreed from the beginning to go along with this and not seek a variance last summer. So in the time frame from then till now, more things are going on campus. They're looking at different uses, more business folks are looking at different things. And it's been recalculated that they do need the 586 parking spaces that they had originally. So what we're coming here asking for parking is the biggest issue, is those 41 spaces are very valuable. It's an existing parking field, and we recognize a need to increase landscaping to bring it up to current standards. We're just asking, can we take that landscaping and put it in other places on site so that we don't lose those 41 parking spaces?
I'd just like to add
Yeah,
one thing,
go
if I
ahead,
may.
go ahead.
So as you guys know, we changed ownership from Baxter to Simtra, so our company is looking to restructure and, become the best CDMO in our field. So that requires additional headcount to make sure that we're properly supporting our business. And that was, as Brian alluded to, a change in the philosophy of how we want to cater our business. And that was something that happened in the middle of this project, post the approval of the site plan. So just wanted to provide a little bit more context of how the business organization has shifted since we first started.
Thank you.
I'll note as well, the number of parking spaces, if the 41 came back on, is 596. We're stating that the largest number of employees at largest shift time is 586. There's a 10-space delta there. We treat that as staff changeover. Oftentimes, any type of shift changer, there's a need for some visitors at certain times. It's effectively the same amount that it is. If you go to the next slide. This is just highlighting certain areas around the site that we're committed to taking that material that would otherwise be located in islands and trying to move them. And as Daniel alluded to, we're far exceeding the D value calculation, which is just the certain point value provided for different landscaping materials. And what we had also done last fall was inventory existing material around the site. And so we're working actually actively right now and have been for the last few weeks getting those ordinance charts updated. And I want to make it clear we're not trying to slide right in with the requirement. We're far exceeding what the requirement is. Next slide. Just quick summary. The current approved plan is to cut in islands, lose 41 parking spaces. We view that as it's what we're approved to do, but it would create a hardship on us, self-imposed, admittedly, but it would create a very difficult situation because they'd be deficient on parking. We're asking to defer those in exchange for allowing us to plant elsewhere around the site. I think it's a good reminder, not suggesting you should grandfather us, but it is a condition where the site was an existing development for decades before at the current point. And staff, I think as we've worked with staff very closely over the last month, recognize the same thing and is recommending approval. Next slide. Certainly happy to answer any questions if you have once we get through this. Second, Ann did a nice job. This is pretty straightforward, I think, to the next slide. Again, it's an existing condition. We're talking about the east side of the site, which circled in yellow off Liberty, just north of the Blue Roof neighbor that we have. Next slide. She did a nice job of speaking to this, but this just highlights this is an existing condition. Next slide. Again, pointing out both on the left and the right are the proposed signs. Those aren't out there today, but this would be a wayfinding mechanism to help with some of the issues that are having. It would not block any sight lines. We feel like it's a common sense solution to a challenge that we have. Next slide. So it speaks for itself. If there's any questions on this, we'd be happy to ask. And again, staff recommends approval on this one as well. Next slide. So on to the sidewalk. So if you go to the next slide, staff did a nice job on this as well. I wanted to highlight the stretches that we're talking about. So along Curry Pike, it's the entire west side. And then on Liberty, it would be from that entrance we were just talking about a sign up to the northeast corner. Next slide. We took a series of photos that may be difficult to see. In essence, I would say there's two entrances on Curry Pike. There's a south and a north today. From the south entrance north, adding a sidewalk is feasible, but it would require some utility relocations, fiber, telecom boxes, other things that are out there. The sidewalk would dodge around, I think, and it could. But as you go to the north part of the site, there is no connection sidewalk to go to. I know that's not the best argument to make, but I wanted to point it out. You'd have to go up to, I think it's 47 or 48. I always forget the number up further north of the site.
Highway 48, you mean?
48, thank you.
Yeah, 3rd Street.
Yes. Yeah. And south of that, I guess just north of the southern entrance, there are mature trees that are only a few feet off the right-of-way. There may be enough space to sneak in a sidewalk behind the trees. It's a bit odd that those trees are in the right-of-way, to be honest, but they're mature, they're nice, and they're kind of right there on that southern picture. You can see the trees that exist. It would be a tight squeeze to.
And a 2-lane street.
Correct,
Yeah.
to squeeze that in.
Yeah.
South of that southern entrance, there's grade, so if you go to the next slide, there are some grade challenges. Actually, go to the next one. This is street view looking south. There's a bridge for that stream that runs through the property. And then the further south you go, which is forward in this image, there's a significant amount of grade slope off the road as the road approaches the railroad tracks. So if you go to the next slide, this is showing the bridge. It appears there's sufficient space to put it to slide in a sidewalk through there, but as you go to the south, which if you go to the next slide, it starts running into, sorry, there's too many slides. Go to the next one. Appreciate it. You approach railroad crossing infrastructure, and there's quite a bit of it. So realistically speaking, it would be a massive lift. Not to say it could never happen. Everything's possible. It would be a massive lift to have a crosswalk in this area or a sidewalk addition up to our property. We'd run into very practical challenges to do that. And if we stop short, you'd have to, someone, the next property owner to the south, and would also have a similar challenge where just making the point, it would be very difficult to have a sidewalk there. On Liberty, on the other side, if you go to the next slide, sorry, one more. There's a fairly straight connection up to that corner. Juliana and I have been talking about this. We recognize that staff recommends denial on this. We want to be very practical on what this is. We see this as a connection that can make it up to retail. The connection is at the corner of the property. That would be fairly logical, and it would provide immediate benefit to employees. I think we can understand the value in this. I think we see on the other side with the railroad, there's a lot of practical engineering challenges to add that. If you go to the next slide, this is just north is to the left. This is highlighting with the red arrows where the nearest sidewalk is. The one I was just referring to is the upper left arrow that is on Liberty. It's very close to our site on the northeast corner. Running that sidewalk south, you have to go almost all the way down to the next retail center, essentially, to reach another sidewalk on that west side of Liberty. On the west side of the site, Curry Pike, you can see that you have to go a fairly long distance. Staff calculated it. It appears to be less than the 2,000 feet that's noted in the ordinance. It's just there's some practical things there that we want to come back and request. So happy to talk about it, but that's the way our position is on that. Next slide.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost done. And this just outlines the summary of where we're at. So we very much appreciate your time and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Sheward and Ms. Mendez. Do members of the Plan Commission have questions for the petitioner?
I have a few questions. First, for the staff, are the sidewalk area on Curry and Liberty, I drive this all the time and so on. The Curry Pike, I'm struggling to think what, quote, retail establishments are there because it's a car dealership. It's the sidewalks on the other side with the Goodwill and the Kroger, correct? It's on the other side on Liberty. Yeah. On Liberty, that makes sense to me. That is retail, but on the other side, not so sure. So my question is, are there other sidewalks already existing that they would link up with, or would they be all alone in the wilderness if they put in a sidewalk, either Curry or Liberty?
So as mentioned in the presentation as well as the staff report, both that section of South Curry Pike and South Liberty Drive have sidewalks on the other end
On the other
of the
side.
street. There are also connections on South Liberty side. There is a sidewalk on the west side that goes all the way to West 3rd Street.
And to interject, there's the DMV and the FSSA located on Curry, just south of their building.
You're right about that. I didn't think of that as retail, but you're so right. Those are service audience.
The image on screen that Daniel has pulled up, the yellow is existing sidewalk. The blue is our new Cars Connector Trail and Cars Farm Greenway existing. So that just gives you an idea, just briefly in this area, where all the connections are.
Which brings me to my next question. You've talked about, wow, 3 shifts going full-time. For a top shift has 585, 586 employees. Do you promote ride share? Does every person drive their own car? Does no one take the bus there? Because isn't there bus service on Curry?
There is, and there's some people that do carpool together.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine every single person would drive solo with that many people. But I'm not saying it's not possible, but do you encourage ride share?
Right now, as a company, it has not been formally promoted with incentives, right? Because anytime you say, hey, carpool, usually employees expect some type of incentive. So none of that has been formally communicated yet. But I believe as we start growing or bringing up to speed the new building that we're as part of this project, that will probably be something that the company will be doing.
And I would just like to point out that if the shifts run 24 hours, the bus service does not
Yes,
service.
that's right.
And on Sunday, they do not service.
That's a good point.
So-
My last comment is, I noticed from the report that no matter what landscaping is, there'll be no trees added. And somebody said shade. There's no shade from grasses or things like that. So I'm very worried that there are no trees because there's a lot of pavement on that stretch, both Liberty and Curry.
Yeah, and to be clear, we are proposing trees, just not in the parking area, because that would imply losing parking spaces, which was what. So we're very amenable to working through, and we have been, and staff's worked very closely. We can already tell that we're exceeding the standard across the site. We're going a step further in trying to look at sub areas of the site and comparing requirement to, and not just sum total, so that we don't just clump all of it in one corner and claim that we exceed. We're going through, we actually exchanged emails earlier today with staff to make sure that it seems balanced as much as possible.
Mr.
I'm glad.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Daly has a question, and then I have one.
I do. First off, when did you guys acquire the property?
That's a question. Like, are you saying when did Simtra acquire Baxter?
Correct.
October 2024.
4. Okay, so it's been 8-10 months. Okay.
A little bit over a year, yes. Because it's 24. We're
October of 2024.
sorry, 23. I'm
Okay, so a year and a half, okay. The other question is, when you were showing slides of where the railway is, have you started the process in case you had to, in case we don't approve the variance, and started working out the right-of-way with the owners of the railway? I know that can be a multi-year process.
Yeah. So to be quite honest with you, this didn't come up in the original project. It was approved last summer. It was discovered, it was discovered that there was a lapse in that requirement. So we were informed of this two months ago, approximately.
Okay.
So no, we
no,
haven't
okay.
had that conversation.
I'm gonna shift now and ask staff a quick question based on one of your answers. In your report, Mr. Brown, you mentioned that the county has been interested in sidewalks on both sides, on both the east and west sides of Liberty and the east and west sides of Curry. Is that correct?
That is my understanding,
Okay.
yes.
Had Simtra not acquired the property in October of 2023, what is the long-term plan to have accomplished, because the predecessor would have been grandfathered in? What is the county's plan up until the purchase of that building, resetting that grandfather, to have accomplished those sidewalks with the limited space?
I can answer that. So the requirement for sidewalks actually came into play during the county development ordinance. So we require now in the urban area boundary, which matches the metropolitan planning organization's boundary for which they require certain improvements when you use federal dollars. So sidewalks are included and required in this area if you use that fund. So we would probably do this as an MPO project, and that would be my best guess.
Okay. And when was that CDO?
CDO passed in December of 2024.
December of 2024?
Yes.
And so the acquisition of the property happened before this sidewalk requirement would have happened?
That's
Okay,
right. Yeah.
thanks.
I just have a request, because you alluded to it, but if you could explain a little bit more the practical difficulties involved with installing a sidewalk around that railroad track, which is not your property, and also you would be concerned presumably about the safety of your employees crossing that track, as well as the stream and the bridge and the constraints of the new, recently widened road. When I say recently, it's about 25 years or something like that. So if you could explicate the practical difficulties,
Sure.
we'd be grateful.
And I,
Mr. Daly, Skip Daly.
Mr. Daly. He alluded to it well. Everything is possible in
Yes.
engineering. It's a time and it's a cost and it's a process. And kind of engineering 101 is when you work with the railroad, it's going to take you a very, very long time to do that. I think on the east, so there is a sidewalk crossing on the other side of the road. So it's very possible. On the east side of the road, and I have a photo, I realize on the screen it's difficult to see, but there's railroad crossing equipment. There's other things that would potentially, I'd say almost likely, have to be moved. I can't even, I would have to guess that's a year plus at least, if not further. I don't want to insinuate that it wouldn't be safe after it was accomplished, but that would come with I'm sure, an extremely high price tag on how that would be done. And sitting here today, I'm hesitant to say it's not possible because I know everything's possible, but it would be very impractical. And I think with the crossing on the other side of the road, it makes a lot of sense, in my opinion, to keep it there. I don't know if that answers your question. I'm trying to give the most straightforward, truthful answer I can.
It gives us more information, yes.
I just wanted to add a PS to Mr. Daly's comment about different government offices along there. I think those are all on the side of the road with the sidewalk already existing. I can't think of any on the other side of the road, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Sorry, the railroad crosses Curry,
Right,
so therefore,
Right.
it's a problem on
But
both.
those government services you talked about people walking to, those are all on the side of the road
The same side.
with sidewalk already in place. I believe so.
They're the same side
I
as
think they
Central.
are. I could be wrong about that.
The
but-
government services are on the east side of Curry.
Yep, that's right.
Is that
That's
the
where the
side with the
sidewalk is.
sidewalk?
Where Goodwill is, where the medical office is, where Kroger is, all those things. On that side of the,
That's
Is
on
that-
Liberty side.
Goodwill is.
on Liberty, I'm
Yes.
talking about Liberty. I'm
Yes.
sorry about that.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
confused. I
sidewalk there,
apologize.
yes.
Yeah.
But the BMV.
I believe the DMV is your neighbor,
Pike.
your neighbor of the
South on the same side as us.
south on the same
Correct.
side, yeah. So yeah.
Not sure. I think they have sidewalks. I think they have, for a while, that was the former Otis elevator.
Right.
Yeah, that was converted into that mall.
I just don't see people walking out there, but there's apartment complexes too on the other
Yes.
side. That's where the sidewalk side is, where the apartment and the senior citizens center are. It's on the right side. Okay,
I
excuse
think
me.
the other thing I'd just like to add, and I know Brian kind of mentioned it, was there are utility infrastructure already that would be challenging on Curry side. Further north on our property outside of the railroad, right? I know the railroad is a challenge area, but there's also another challenged area with some of the fiber optic and the electrical.
Dry utilities.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that helps us a lot. Thank you so much. We'll hear from the public now, and if there's anyone opposed to these variances, you'll have a chance to rebut. Okay, are there members of the public who are in support of this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand on the internet. Yes, sir, please come to the podium and sign in, please, and then I'll swear you in, and then you'll have 3 minutes. And what is your name, sir?
My name is Benjamin Veenhuizen. I work for F.A. Wilhelm Construction.
Oh, okay, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Thank you,
do.
Mr. Veenhuizen.
Yeah. So I came here today to show my support for these variances. I am currently the lead contractor for some of these projects, but also I wanted to come up here to maybe note a little bit about some of the construction challenges with the sidewalk and some of the challenges we see with the parking on site. I know you noted that, at the max capacity with 3 shifts, they may or may not have the parking. But at that shift change, there's an overlap of people coming and going of 30 to 40%. It seems that it's a very busy parking lot, very busy area. So very much, from the perspective of, maybe speaking from experience and looking at, the employees that work there, the reduced parking would very much inhibit their ability to find parking and navigate that site during that shift change. Secondly, so on the sidewalk variance, I want to show my support for that in that the construction challenges with that, mainly as Brian and Yuli noted, are not only from the railroad standpoint, but most of that construction will have to be done from the right-of-way in Curry Pike due to the limited constraints along that bridge, the limited constraints along the utility corridor there. And, this could be a very difficult project to implement in the regards of having to phase it out piece by piece to not only safely do the work, but also limit the overall impact to the Curry Pike corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Veenhuizen. Thank you for coming out and showing your support for this project. Okay, are there any other members of the public who would like to speak in support of this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand on the internet. Are there members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to these requests for variances? If so, come to the podium in the Nat Hill room or raise your virtual hand. Okay, there's no one who is speaking in opposition. I'd like to bring it back to the Plan Commission for further discussion and/or a motion. I'm right room, wrong night. The Board of Zoning Appeals, not the Plan Commission, sorry. So,
Everyone's looking at me. So first and foremost, I think, as far as I'm concerned, the only discussion is the sidewalk. I think we go ahead and blanket approve the other variances. But with that being said, I have some mixed thoughts on the sidewalk. I believe it's important, but I also believe the challenges in construction, Mr. Niehoff discussed, but I think we all knew them going in. I believe that the county has a responsibility in some of this. Had the building not been acquired, it would be their challenge. It would be their problem, as far as I see things. And it's in a long-term plan, right? And it was acquired before this long-term plan was put together, so therefore, who's got the burden? I in all reality, I would love to say, well, with these improvements, yes, there is some financial responsibility on behalf of Simtra, but I think the planning and the execution of that sidewalk should be accomplished by the county. I don't know if there's some kind of way of saying, yes, we approve this, but when this happens, when this gets on the record, on the books for the county to take care of, when they're moving forward, that X amount of percentage of financial responsibility falls on Simtra. I don't know if that's.
No, that's way beyond our pay grade. It really is. It's not our job to talk about what the county will fund or what not to fund. We're talking about this variance.
That would be a different body,
It's a whole different group.
the MP.
I'm going to disagree with that. I think we can place a variance with subjectives in there, and to say that if and when the county does this, if Simtra is the owner of that property, if Simtra is still the owner of that property, that they have X amount of percent of financial responsibility. I don't think that's. I don't think legally, and we don't have legal representation right here now to.
We can't bound any party that's not a party to this. So let's deal with the variance on hand and worry about that another day. The county's responsibility, that's what I'm saying. That we cannot lasso in any way. Not our rule, not our rule.
Could I just mention something about the sidewalks? You know, I used to live over there, and I used to, when they widened Curry Pike from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and that would have been the time to have put in sidewalks had they had been really seriously interested to do so. There are real strict challenges there with the utilities. That would be a hugely expensive program, as well as over the railroad. I just see that as an unnecessary burden to an employer who's bringing jobs into our community, that's working around the clock. And then, although it didn't come up today, there's also the issue of just intellectual property and security around the perimeters of the place that I don't think that's the best place for a sidewalk in general. I think I would be voting for a variance on the sidewalk.
And I'm glad there's a sidewalk on the side of the road where people are more likely to walk. That's what I would say about that.
I'll also say there's an option before you to, I think Simtra expressed some interest on the Liberty side to connect some portion of the sidewalk, so you can specify the variance approval, or work with the petitioner if they're willingly commit to putting in a sidewalk. There's some ways that we could do that, or if you just want to vote as both sides as one.
That sounds good. What about you guys? What about you, Skip, about the Liberty side? The additional sidewalk to do the connection on Liberty, where there are businesses like Menards, the car dealerships, the Aldi's, the Starbucks, the Steak and Shake, the Mexican restaurant, etc.
If there are already sidewalks there that are connecting, that's a whole different story. I will comment that I just don't see people walking on that sidewalk, and I drive that constantly. But maybe it'll happen. There are houses on the other side of Curry where people could walk here and there. That makes sense to me. Houses that connect neighborhoods and businesses, that makes sense. But Liberty, that's not the side they tend
lunch
to.
Lunch hour.
Oh, maybe they do stroll around at lunch. Maybe that's true. I don't know.
If there are no sidewalks, you don't see people walking. I mean, that's a bad street to walk along. So that's the only argument I don't find convincing.
Yes. So Mr. Daly, and then I'll recognize Ms. Mendez again, because we may be giving her an opportunity to rebut because of what.
I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion to get out the aspects other than the sidewalk, and then we can have a discussion about the sidewalks.
Could we hear what she has to say
I'll
first?
yield.
And then
I'll yield to the petition.
sounds good.
So most people usually drive. I personally have not seen people walk behind there. I think that's not that I have seen, but I do appreciate you bringing up the concern for safety. As you guys know, our business is to, bring medicine, and some of this medicine we have a pretty tight lockdown, and, I don't think we necessarily thought about that, but now that you mentioned it, I do want to express that concern, that from a security purpose, we want to make sure that our site is locked down. Earlier this year, we actually had 2 criminals come into our property. The police kind of came into trying to find them, but yeah, adding that sidewalk would increase our site risk.
So thank you, Ms. Mendez. And yes, and
I'll yield to you guys seem to have ideas of where you want to go with this.
I think we're ready to make a motion to approve variance 25-8B, the Simtra interior landscaping variance to chapter 830. And I think we're already, if I can make this motion cumulative, to also approve variance 25-8C, 8E and 8F about the general sign regulations with the setback requirements and the total sign allocation. We should do those first and then talk about the sidewalk.
Well, 8F is withdrawn, I think.
yes.
Oh, sorry about that. You're
Yes.
absolutely right.
So
So I
it's-
amend my motion to be 8B and 8E.
Yes.
I amend my motion. You're absolutely right. Thank you so
Is there a
much.
second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-8B and VAR-25-8E, which is the interior landscape, and then the sign regulation setback requirement. A vote yes is a vote to approve both of those variances. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Skip Daly?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Jeff Morris?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Okay, that motion is approved, 5-0.
Want to make a motion about the other?
I would like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this. 2 folks have not weighed in.
There's this little, basically, I'm pretty sympathetic to the petitioners, but there was this little glint of hope about having some sidewalk on your side along Landmark, which, excuse me, along Liberty, which I understand might not have the same level of obstacles. So the 2-part question is, are there substantially fewer obstacles, or are there really major obstacles? And are you all willing to do that?
Yeah, I think in this particular instance, I did leave a glimmer of hope in there because I'm trying to be as straightforward with you as possible. As you look off, and I wish I had a good street view picture of it, but off on the west side of Liberty, north of the property, there's a driveway. I can't think of the business that's immediately north there, but a carriage walk, meaning the sidewalk is connected to the curb, starts right there, and it runs north up to the state road, all the businesses that are up there on the west side of Liberty. As we looked at that, it's not an extremely long distance of sidewalk, and there's not really any practical challenges to get from our entrance where the sign variance we're talking about is. Wow, they're great. I think this might, it's north or south facing.
Well, that would be,
It's north.
I think it's looking south. If you spin
Yes,
around
exactly.
and look
It's
north, could have thought for sure there was a sidewalk there. I think this
I
is
see.
twisted. Yeah, yes, I think it's an old image and then boom, there's a sidewalk there. So there is a connection that could be made. To answer your question, there would not be a strong challenge with constructing that on that side. And coming into tonight, I thought that could be a concession, admittedly, is that sidewalk seems to provide potential real benefit. When you go to the Curry Pike side, no connection really on either side, and the real practical challenge of utilities as well as the rail crossing. That would be, I think, speak on behalf of Yulee and Simtra, I think that would be a good compromise if that were weighed by the board.
Well, personally, I find that compromise to be a big step forward. It seems to me that puts sidewalks where they're most important, where they're the least disruptive to install, and that's so if somebody wants to run, jog down to Kroger, they can do it. Can I move?
Make sure that Mr. Morris has had an opportunity to speak.
Good point.
Mr. Morris, do you have anything that you would like to add?
Mr. Morris is online.
Sure, and
Thank you.
I'm in alignment with where Mr. Loftman is going, I believe, because I think sidewalks are important. They provide an opportunity for people who don't have the luxury of driving to have easier access to the businesses in the area, including Simtra. But I do see the practical difficulties of the Curry Pike side, and I think if the sidewalk were to be built, it would dead end and force people to cross the street anyway, where there's already a sidewalk on the other side. But I do see value on the Liberty Drive side to connect to Kroger and the other businesses to the north. So I think I would be in support of approving the denial of the waiver for the Curry Pike side, but requiring sidewalks on the Liberty Drive side.
And Mr. Morris, I would add to that comment, I have never seen anybody cross Curry Pike sideway to sideway. It's a death trap. You'd be crazy to do it. There's a light up there by the railroad track, but I don't see people doing that either. I've seen people on bikes on the side of the road, riding places, but walking, crossing that road, I cannot think of one time I've seen that happen in years. So you're right about that. The safety of that is pretty treacherous on Curry. Okay, I think we have our motion then, right? Does the variance staff, does it distinguish between the Liberty and the Curry Pike? It doesn't, does it? So we would have to make that part of our motion, wouldn't we?
Absolutely.
Okay, do you want to fashion that motion, Mr. Daly, or you want me to?
This up. All right. In regards to variance 25-8 golf, I would like to make a motion to approve with the condition that Simtra provides a sidewalk on the west side of Liberty on the property in question, and that they follow all of the permitting rules set aside by the county code and the planning departments.
Second.
Do we have to specifically mention Curry Pike on this? Yes. I wonder if we're saying, yes. I kind of think we do.
We're approving their variance with the condition, so the variance would say they don't have to have it at Curry.
And I would just like to add that practical difficulties have been demonstrated.
Thank you.
And as far as Curry Pike is concerned, and that this proposed variance is the least injurious way for the public to access the sidewalks, and that there are special conditions peculiar to the property that justify the variances. So, but if somebody would second everything.
I agree, and we'll add that to my motion,
Yeah.
Director. I know it was daunting, but
Is your second still good?
Yes. Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-8G, which is the sidewalk requirement to Chapter 818, with the condition that Simtra provides sidewalk on the west side of South Liberty Drive on the subject property and apply for and acquire all required permits. A vote yes is a vote to approve the variance with the condition. Skip Daly?
yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson,
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. I-
Ms. Mendez and Mr. Short.
I had spent 5 years on a Board of Zoning Appeals as a member, so I very much appreciate how much effort you put into this. So
Oh,
thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for doing that. Thank you. Okay, well, we're moving right along now to item number 7 on the agenda. And this is CDU-25-4, the DeWitt Child Care Center conditional use to Chapter 811 concerning 1.34 plus or minus acre parcel in Richland Township, Section 14 at 4390 North Richwood Drive. And I believe that Mr. Myers will be reviewing this with us.
Yes. All right, this is CDU-25-4, the conditional use for Child Care Center to Chapter 811 at 4390 North Ridgewood Drive. As stated, it's in Richland Township, Section 14, and it's zoned CD. The petitioner is seeking conditional use approval for a child care center per Chapter 811 for the Community Development Residential Zone at the previously mentioned address. The petitioner does not live at the petition site, but is the owner of Early Learners Child Care LLC, which is the owner of the property. According to Chapter 850, Child Care Center definitions, I'll get to in a second, but there are differences between Child Care Center and Child Care Home. Child Care Center is a place where there is not an individual that lives there, but does provide child care services for the community. That particular use is listed as conditional in the CD zone. Thenceforth, it is required to be coming to the Board of Zoning Appeals to get approval for that particular use and meet all of the conditions as outlined in Chapter 811-5D. I will state that the Planning Department became aware of the operation at this address due to an anonymous complaint. We will get into more details about that later, but a use determination form was submitted by the property owner after communication from the Planning Department regarding the complaint. The use determination detailed that the property does require a conditional use for the particular classification of child care center. Again, that's because there is no individual living at the property. It is a commercial use. All right, some additional information that was provided by the Highway Department as a little bit of background here. The Highway Department requests that the petitioner submit a right-of-way activity permit to establish a commercial use driveway at the petition site. Additionally, in speaking with the Highway Department, the subject property has not gone to Traffic Commission, which is the formal commission that reviews complaints of on-street parking and consideration of no parking signs along the roadway. So this comes up in response to the content of the initial complaint regarding traffic in the area with respect to the use and the arrival and leaving of families and others related to the particular use at the property. The property is in the Jacks Defeat critical watershed as well, which means there are fairly stringent impervious cover requirements. According to the CD zone, 50% of the lot size or 4,500 square feet, whichever is less, is the requirement. The existing impervious cover totals approximately 6,400 square feet. So in other words, any new impervious cover would be the subject to the CDO standards regarding the maximum impervious cover. That's just some background information there. This conditional use is not tied to additional variances that would be design standards variances. But if those are determined that are necessary, should this conditional use be approved, then that process will be following this at another BZA hearing. On the screen now, we have the definition from Child Care Center, which is found in the County Development Ordinance. I will not read it verbatim, but it is included in the staff report as well as in the County Development Ordinance. Okay. So with every conditional use that's in the ordinance, it comes with a set of particular conditions that must be met in order for the Board of Zoning Appeals to find a favorable approval for the property and its use. So I will state these. There's just a few of them here. Number one, centers are permitted if proof of licensing by the state of Indiana is provided with submission of site plan. If exempt from state licensing requirements, proof of exemption shall be provided. Operators shall be responsible for compliance with all applicable ordinances and state and federal statutes and regulations. This condition has been met. The petitioner connected us with a Mr. Ron Doyen from the Indiana Health and Human Services Division. Mr. Doyen monitors child care homes and centers for proper licensure. According to Mr. Doyen, the state cannot supply proof of licensing exemption, but they did discuss some details with us regarding this particular use at the site. This child care center does not meet the definition under the state code for either child care center nor child care home due to the fact that they do not operate for 10 consecutive days, excluding Saturdays and Sundays. This particular use closes on Fridays. So in other words, they operate Monday through Thursday. And since they don't operate for those 10 consecutive days, they are not classified as either a child care center or child care home. So they do not have to meet the licensing requirements from the state. Additionally, according to Mr. Doyen, licensure should be a minimum requirement rather than seeking the exemption pathway. However, by being exempt from the definition, a license is not required. Number two of the conditions, site design and supervision characteristics shall ensure that the peace and safety of the surrounding area should not be impaired. Regarding this particular condition, planning staff has said that this condition has yet to be met. The petitioner must submit site design and supervision characteristics that ensure the peace and safety of the surrounding area will not be impaired under the commercial site plan process. One of the general safety considerations is parking and whether people are having to back out onto the roadway or being double parked during drop-off pickup times, as well as parking on grass and other unimproved surfaces. Continuing on that parking considerations, with respect to the child care center conditional use, within the ordinance there are parking requirements. So it's listed as 1 space per every 4 clients plus 1 space for every employee. Through the use determination process, the property owner indicated to us that they have 4 employees and there can be 30 children as the clients. So that would total as 12 parking spaces, unless there is some qualification for a reduction of parking spaces through the county development ordinance. This information would be reevaluated through the site plan process and a pre-design as well. And if the requirement cannot be met, the petitioner would be required to obtain a variance, a design standards variance specifically, or not be permitted to have the use on the property. In addition, the CDO does request that minimum dimensions of a space and an aisle for parking so that cars cannot be parked directly behind one another. This standard will not be met on this site, and to try to meet this standard would add to the impervious cover. So there's several other considerations with respect to potential additional design standards variances with respect to parking, impervious cover, and potentially other design standards variances that have not been evaluated yet because we haven't reached that commercial site plan stage yet. Okay, here on the screen I have the location map. Again, we're in Litchland Township near Ellettsville jurisdiction. On the screen now we have some aerial imagery of the site. And then here on the screen we have some pictures taken recently of the property. You can see there the parking in the front of the house on a new gravel area appears, as well as the cars in the driveway as well. This was taken approximately like, I think it was 12:30-ish in the afternoon. Okay. Now on the screen we have the letter from the petitioner stating their request and giving a little bit more background on what services that they provide and their hours of operation. And then on the right side of the screen is their preliminary site plan, if you will. Again, if this were to be approved, the petitioner would be directed to submit a formal commercial site plan that meets all the requirements of that particular use, as well as other requirements in the county development ordinance for commercial site plans, and ultimately seek a land use certificate, which is the final stage of the commercial site plan process, which verifies that all the requirements of the CDO are valid and the use is officially accepted. Okay, we did receive several letters of support. One of those letters of support, the one on the left on the screen, was included in the staff report. And we did receive an additional letter of support after the packet was published. So you'll find that in the little pamphlets that are provided to you. And it's also on the screen. And I will also be going through several letters of opposition. We did receive one in time for the publishing of the packet. However, I think about 5 additional ones were received over the last few days that are you have hard copies of, and I'll have those on the screen here in a moment. So for now, I will leave the screen on the letters of support for just a brief moment.
Mr. Myers, did you send these letters to Jeff Morris?
No, I don't believe so. I did not believe he would be in attendance.
Okay. So you'll review them? Okay, thank you.
Yes, they're all included in the presentation. So if Mr. Morris is still online, I'm hoping he's taking this time to review the ones that were not included in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I can see them in the packet. Thank you, Drew.
Thank you. All right, so now I'll move on to the letters of opposition. Again, at least one of these was included in the packet, but there are several more now that we received after its publishing, so I will leave on the screen for a moment. And then also members of the public, if you are interested in reading some of these and can't see the screen, there's a few hard copies on the white table over there in the room. Going to move on to the next screen. And there's just another slide with a few other short letters of opposition for this petition. Then I'll move to the next slide with a few more letters. All right, moving on, and if we feel we want to come back to any of these, we can. That brings me to staff's overall recommendation with respect to CDO-25-4 and the conditional use for the Child Care Center to Chapter 811. Staff recommends denial due to the inability to fulfill the requirements of the conditional use standards, specifically number 2, Site design and supervision characteristics shall ensure the peace and safety of the surrounding area shall not be impaired. The initial way the planning department found out about the daycare stemmed from an anonymous complaint, as I mentioned before, with respect to traffic created by pickup and drop-off of the daycare. Though this daycare provides an essential service, it does impair the peace and safety of the surrounding area by causing a large amount of traffic generated by the number of employees and clients coming to this location. I will now take any questions.
We'll hear directly from the petitioner's representative. If you're here, please come to the podium and sign in, and then I'll swear you in. DeWitt, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 15 minutes to go over.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the Zoning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Caitlin DeWitt, and I am the owner and operator of Early Learners Childcare, a childcare center that has proudly served the families of this community from our location in the heart of town. I'm here today to respectfully plead my case to maintain our current location, which is not just a building, it's the beating heart of our mission to support working families, nurture young children, and strengthen the foundation of this community. Since I started my business 8 years ago, we've become more than just a daycare. We are a safe, reliable, and trusted resource for dozens of local families. Our central location has been key to our success. It offers convenient access for working parents, is walkable from nearby neighborhoods, and is situated near schools and public services that help our families manage their busy lives. If we are required to move or shut down operations at this site, it will create a ripple effect of disruption, not just for our staff, but for the children who depend on consistency, care, and a familiar environment. Families would be forced to find alternative care, which is already scarce, costly, and often located far from their daily routes. Some may even have to consider leaving their jobs if reliable childcare is no longer available nearby. I understand that zoning rules exist for important reasons, and I deeply respect this process. However, I am asking for your compassion and your consideration of the real-life impact a decision like this will have on local families and small businesses like mine. Our daycare complies with all safety regulations, maintains strong community support, and has received positive feedback from parents, local educators, and inspectors alike. We're not just asking to stay, we're asking to continue serving this community in the best way we know how. Please consider the essential service we provide, the relationships we've built, and the stability our presence offers. I kindly urge you to vote in favor of allowing Early Learners Childcare to remain at its current location. I would also like to say that we are open to looking at different parking situations, going through the highway department and applying for a pull-through driveway, anything that can help the traffic situation. We did add gravel to the front for our employees to park in, and I feel like that has helped a lot here lately. We are also open to assigning certain pickup times and drop-off times to parents. We could have 6 slots of 5 kids each throughout the day, and that is something that we are open to discussing. I would just like to thank you guys for your time, and please consider accepting our variance, because I've put my heart and soul into this business for 8 years now. We started in my house, and we added on to the back of my house, and then we ended up moving over to Ridgewood Drive, and it has just been the perfect location. We have a nice outdoor area for our kiddos to play in. They love getting messy and painting, and they're just happy there. And I know that childcare nowadays is very hard to find that is trustworthy and also affordable. And we do offer an affordable childcare option. We are only Monday through Thursday, which really cuts down on traffic Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The only reason we're ever over there on the weekends is to clean or prepare for the week following. We are, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. I love my business. I have 4 children of my own. They're 6 and under, and they keep me on my toes. And this business is a place that they are also very happy. They get to go and see their friends. They get to play. It's just a part of me, and I would love if you guys could consider accepting us. So
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Ms. DeWitt. We'll hear from the public, and if anyone is opposed and there already is opposition, you'll have a chance to rebut.
Okay, do you just
Okay.
want me to sit right here?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. If there are members of the public who would like to speak in support of this petition, please come to the podium and sign in, and then I'll swear you in. And I see that, yes, someone has raised their hand, and we'll get to you, Curtis Cummings, afterwards. I give you a few seconds to sign in.
Hello, my name is Jessica Folk.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
So I'm a proud parent of a child that attends this wonderful daycare. When I got pregnant in 22, I was nervous about finding a daycare. I got waitlisted at 7 different daycares because it is very slim pickings to find daycare in Monroe County. I do live in Ellettsville, so I really didn't want to drive to the east side, the south side of town, when I worked centrally in Bloomington. So Ellettsville was really where I wanted. And actually, I'm still waitlisted at another daycare in Ellettsville since 2022. I'm number 5 on the list. So when I heard about this wonderful daycare and they had openings, I knew I didn't have to quit my job. My husband didn't have to quit his job. I wouldn't have to go to night shift and sacrifice that time with my child. My child loves these girls to death. They love him like their own kid. It will be a big setback for my kid to have to try to find a new place to go. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Folk. I saw that Mr. Curtis Cummings had his hand raised, and if you could unmute him. And Mr. Curtis Cummings, if you would kindly unmute yourself and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We can't hear you, Mr. Cummings. We see you're unmuted, but maybe you have to unmute on your end.
It looks like he's unmuted, but there's still no audio coming through. I'm not sure if it's a mic issue.
I can try and get him a phone number and put that into the chat, and maybe he can either leave and try and come back, and that might work, or take down a number.
Oh, Mr. Cummings, they put a number in the chat. It shows that you're calling now. So can you unmute him or answer that? Okay, he says he's in the waiting room via the telephone.
Tech Services, can you unmute the phone number with the last 4 digits of 9312? They're unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, would you kindly raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you. And yes, you have 3 minutes.
Fabulous. So my name is Curtis Cummings, and I'm here to express my strong support for the conditional use approval for the daycare. I understand the staff recommendation references concerns about traffic and its impact on the peace and safety of the neighborhood. Specifically, it states the daycare causes a large amount of traffic due to the number of employees and clients. With respect, I believe that that characterization deserves a little more scrutiny. The center operates Monday through Thursday only, and it's not the typical 5-day week. And the center has developed a staggered drop-off and pickup system that can prevent vehicle clustering. At times, even the peak times, you're looking at perhaps 3 to 4 cars on site at once, comparable to any neighborhood with a few guests or a backyard barbecue. I live here in Ellisville, and I'm also a parent, and I'm also a professional that works in the field of child safety. I investigate child abuse and, I investigate child abuse and neglect every day. And in my role, I witness firsthand what happens when families don't have access to safe, consistent childcare. It leads to missed work, unstable supervision, and in too many cases, actual harm to children, harm that we later address at great emotional and public cost. The term peace and safety is important. In Midwest versus Board of Zoning Appeals, the court emphasized that a conditional use must not be injurious to public health, safety, or general welfare. And I believe that this center, with its modest community-based operation, is in fact supporting those exact values. This is not a high-volume commercial site. It's a small woman-owned business serving local families in our community, providing stability, development, and care at a time when our country and our county really faces serious childcare shortages. In both my professional and personal experience, I can tell you that families in our community are facing wait lists of up to a year just to access safe, developmentally appropriate childcare. 1 year. I would respectfully ask each member of this board and those who have actually opposed this variance to consider this. When was the last time that you had to search for quality, affordable childcare? When was the last time you had to decide between taking a job or staying home, not because you wanted to, but because there just simply wasn't a safe place for your child to go? That's the reality for families here in Monroe County, and that's why this center matters. I understand that a few letters of opposition have been submitted. One concern is that the approval would set a precedent for commercial development. This is not commercial development. This is not rezoning. It's approving a conditional use merely allows a narrow, kind of low impact use that has already been listed as potentially allowable in the zoning code if the applicant can demonstrate that they can be compliant with conditional use standards.
Thank you
With that
so
being
much.
said, I hope that you will approve this. It would be a loss for everyone and to our community and for the working families that are just really struggling to find childcare right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cummings. Thank you so much. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak in support of this petition? Please come to the podium, or I see a Sue Sup has his or her hand raised. If you can unmute them. I think also, Sue Sup, you must unmute yourself.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Yes, you'll have 3 minutes.
Alrighty. Apologies for any unprofessionalism here. I'm just buying some fertilizer at Lowe's, but just wanted to make this meeting. I am a proud parent of early learners childcare here as well. And I just want to briefly say that this daycare has been wonderful for my daughter, my family, and I can't express enough the gratitude that I have for the 4 women that work here. This being a small woman-owned business, I really want to echo what the previous member spoke about, and that I really respectfully disagree. Just that there is not much of an issue in terms of traffic. I'm there when it's busiest, and again, 3 or 4 cars max. They've done a really good job of ensuring that there's plenty of parking available that's not on the road. They've even laid down some gravel so that their employees have places to park where it wouldn't take up the space of the parents who are dropping off their children. I really just can't stress enough, I love my daughter. She's, I love her, and when I drop her off every morning, it's kind of sad, but I think it's a testament to how much care and love goes into these children. But she will easily go to Miss Kayla in her arms, willingly, happy, and sometimes, like this morning, she doesn't even say goodbye. So I would just hate for her to lose that connection and all the connections with her friends and her teachers that are there. I am not currently in education, but I am a former MCCSE teacher as well. And I can also just vouch for just the quality of care that my daughter has been receiving. So thank you so much for the time to speak. And again, apologies for any unprofessionalism with my surrounding here.
And thank you, Mr. Soup. Thanks. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand. I see a Brianna Cha who is calling in or has raised her hand. If you could unmute her. And also, Ms. Cha, yes, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brianna Chan. I'm the parent of a 1-year-old who attends the Early Learning Center on Ridgewood Drive. I just want to say how incredibly grateful my family is for this daycare. We're first-time parents, and it's hard to put into words how important it is to feel completely at ease with where your child spends their day. The ELC staff are warm, attentive, and clearly love what they do. They've created such a calm, loving, and developmentally supportive space for kids. Having daycare in a residential area like this has actually been a huge benefit. It's quiet, safe, and close to home. Losing this daycare would be devastating for so many families, including my own. Reliable, high-quality care is already hard to come by, and this place is special. Please consider how much this center means to the community and support their request to continue operating. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brianna. Okay, we're looking to hear from anyone else who is in support of this petition. Please raise your virtual hand or come to the podium. We see no one, so if there are members of the public who are in opposition to this petition, please come to the podium in the Nat Hill room and sign in. Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And what is your name?
Mary Jo Wallen-Orlusky, and I live in Westbrook Downs and have for 30 years.
Okay.
I have property there, and I'm just going to read from this statement. I have empathy, and I really appreciate what child care centers do. I have a background in economic development, and I understand affordable housing, daycare, looking for workers is really, really important. But I have to tell you that having lived in Westbrook Downs for all of these years and enjoying the neighborhood for its safety, peacefulness, and the relationships that we have known all of these years has been wonderful. And having lived there that long, we know the changes that have occurred in the subdivision over time when Highway 46 wasn't even Highway 46 going to now 69 and further. And so we are really familiar with all the changes that have occurred in the subdivision as well, just off of 46. And so there has been significant recent changes to driving safety and traffic flow from the highway onto Ridgewood Drive. let me go ahead and put my glasses on. Since the Early Learners Child Care Facility has opened, the safety concerns for both the child care facility and the residents has increased dramatically, and it doesn't seem to be improving. And I must admit, it has gotten much more congested. Ridgewood Drive in its best circumstances is a dangerous road. It's if you've ever been in Westbrook Downs, you know that you have to go up and then Ridgewood goes to the left. The entrance, from the highway upward is a slope that continues past the child care facility, and in inclement weather under the best circumstances is not navigable. It's just not. The sight lines that head both north and south on the road, are blind in certain areas. So you're coming through blind areas, and there have been times when residents have been driving past the daycare on Ridgewood that there have been almost accidents because of the oncoming lights when you're trying to head out of the subdivision and other situations. And so it's been kind of dangerous for automobiles to navigate that, and it's dangerous for the daycare kids and the parents and the facility that are dropping off. And I have to say that this is an impairment. This is one of the conditions that they're trying to improve upon, but yet it is an impairment. And by approving this application, it would set a precedent for further commercial development in a residential area, eroding the zoning protections that have been put in place to preserve neighborhood integrity. These are already commercial areas. There are already commercial areas more suitably equipped to accommodate a child care facility without imposing on a residential community, such as Westbrook Downs. We're characterized as a peaceful, family-oriented atmosphere. The introduction of a commercial operation, particularly one with frequent comings and goings, early morning operating hours and whatnot, it does disrupt the tranquil environment that the current residents go ahead value and expect, I think. And so I would like for the Board of Zoning to go ahead and consider the staff recommendations. There's a safety issue, there's a peacefulness issue, and there's also, I think, that precedent that's going to be set to make this a commercial daycare center. If it was a home daycare, as they have done in the past, that's wonderful, but as you go ahead and move 12 parking spaces, cars backing out, backing in, moving around, it really is congestive. Was that my time?
Yes.
Oh,
thank
I'm
you,
so sorry.
Ms.
You should have said that's my time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Orlowski.
And thank you guys for all you do for the community.
Thank you. I'm not seeing the clock on this screen. Where do you see it?
It's on the TV. It's very.
It's in red with triple zeros.
I can help and modify that if. It should be one of the people on the screen that you have, but it might not be. Oh, it's just up there. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
On the
Myers.
left-hand corner? I don't see it. Oh, there, I see it up there.
In red triple zero?
I see it up there now, yes.
That's what I was trying to alert you to.
I see, okay, because I've been trying to do it on my cell phone, and I didn't start it appropriately.
It's now on the television in front of you.
Great. Okay, are there other members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? Please come to the podium and sign in, and then I'll swear you in.
I saw a hand raised at one point. I don't know if that person is still there.
There is a Kim, I think Donovan. Yes, and if you could unmute her, and if she could unmute herself, him or herself. Tech services, unmute. Kim Donovan.
I don't think we're able to unmute people, so Kim will have to unmute her own audio.
Yes, so you'll have to unmute yourself on your computer or your screen. It's the microphone image with a line through it. If you could click on that, it will unmute you.
Pretty tech savvy there.
Um, This is Kim Donovan. It will not unmute, so she needs that telephone number as well so she can call in. I think it's, is it 812-327-4059? No, what is it? What is it?
I will pull it up in just a second.
So our director will put the telephone number into the chat so you can phone in.
Also, I'll just say it out loud for those that want to call in or are having audio issues. The number is 872-242-9432. And then when you're prompted to enter the phone conference number, the ID is 178-759-774#.
Whoa.
And I'll put that in the chat.
So if you could dial in by, okay, so it's 87, oh, that disappeared again. So the code that you press in is 178-759-774#. Once you have called in the telephone number. I'll repeat it one more time, 178-759-774# in order to talk by telephone.
If there's anyone else that wishes to speak in the interim.
Is there anyone in the room here who would like to speak in opposition to this petition while we wait for the telephone, the people dialing in by telephone to connect? I see no one who is.
Kim just sent a message saying that unable to connect by phone.
So the only hope there, Kim, is to leave the meeting and try to come back in again. And then if it's not possible, we will just register, the best we can do is register your opposition to the petition and that you showed up trying to speak about that.
They could, or they could type 3 or 4 sentences in the message.
That's true.
And we could enter them into the record.
That's right. If you would type in 3 or 4 sentences about the reason for your opposition, Ms. Donovan, then we will enter them into the record. Okay, she is typing her concerns. I will read them.
Love it.
I appreciate the daycare. My concerns.
Director, could you have access to that? Would you be able to read that into the record? Thank you.
Sure. I think that I'll just summarize here. It just says that their concerns are maybe aligned with Ms. Orlowski's prior comment about traffic congestion and setting a precedent for commercial use in the neighborhood.
Okay, we really appreciate your perseverance, Ms. Donovan, for showing up. Thank you. We have your comments. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? If so, please raise your virtual hand. We see no one, so you'll have an opportunity, Ms. DeWitt, to have a 5-minute rebuttal now. If you would come back to the podium.
Concerning the traffic, I would have to disagree with saying that we cause a lot more traffic because driving through this neighborhood, There are plenty of cars that park on the side of the road. There was a house 2 houses down from us that had a full-size dumpster parked in the road on a curve for over a week. And the daycare, we do have 3 to 4 cars there at a time on top of our employee cars. But with our new employee parking, we could fit probably 7 to 8 more cars on top of our employee parking that we currently have. I think that we are far back enough from that hill that was mentioned that it is a flat shot that you can see if there's a car stopped on the road, that you have plenty of time to go around that car. I am open to setting a rule that absolutely no cars are to stop on the road, and if they see that our driveway is full, then they need to make a loop around the neighborhood to come back after a parent has left. I'm fine with doing the slots for drop off and pickup time so that they each get their own individual time for drop off and pickup. I am also open to applying through the highway department to do a pull-through driveway. That would be very simple because our current driveway is here, and then we have gravel leading across the front of the house. So all we would have to do is connect it down, but I know that is a 2 entryway driveway, so we do have to have a permit for that. That's why we did not do that. But if we need to, that's okay. We are open to anything that needs to be done to be able to stay here. We love the area right in the heart of Ellettsville. We are able to get children from Bloomington, Ellettsville, and Spencer and offer them care. I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. DeWitt.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Have you had any safety incidents with any of the children or parents at your facility there?
We have not.
You have not?
No, we have never had any incidents. Parents have never complained about parking or cars going around them. There's never been anything.
And you've never had a traffic accident that you know of from parents coming or going, and you've been in this location 8 years?
So we've actually been here almost 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, we started in my house over on Ratliff Road next to the Edgewood schools.
Right.
Yep. And then we actually rented a building on Thomas Road, and that just wasn't really what I wanted. I wanted like a home feeling space for the children. I want them to come in and feel like they're at home and be comfortable, not a sterile environment like a lot of child care centers are, because I've worked in a few and that's just not what I wanted for my business. So we looked for a house and this popped up, perfect layout. There was opportunity for more parking. So this is where we decided to go. And I was not aware of any of the zoning issues, or I would have done this at the beginning. So I do apologize for that. I had no idea, so I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
And we do have a person who raised her hand, but I'm afraid, Ms. Duggar, that the public comment period is over on this item, and you won't be able to speak because the petitioner has already given her rebuttal, and so we can't reopen that now. Thank you. I would like to ask staff a question. How likely is it that if she were to try to accommodate the additional parking spaces, that she would pass the building codes?
Yeah, so beyond this conditional use, we've advised them that they will have to get a commercial site plan. The site itself, if no one lives in the home, which I understand to be the case, it would have to meet the requirements for Class 1 structure, which is going to mean commercial building code. If it's built as a residence, it's going to be costly and timely to get that up to code, but there are variance processes for that as well. And the reason for these requirements is not because of just zoning, it's for safety, right? There's certain requirements for daycares, such as emergency egress out of each room, so that if there is a fire, someone can access and get those children out quickly, especially those that can't walk yet. So though it does seem like we're putting up a lot of roadblocks, the CDO actually does allow for child care centers now in residential zones, but the requirements for parking and the requirements for safety are not able to be waived by the CDO. So they will still have to apply after this for approval for site plan requirements. If they can't meet the 12 parking spaces and they have to double park to meet those, that's going to come back to the BZA, for example. And then if they cannot meet the building code, they may have to go to the state for variances.
But on 0.34 acres, is there enough space, given impervious surface requirements, et cetera, to make an additional 12 parking spaces?
That wouldn't be an additional.
Or an additional 8, or a total of 12?
Well, I mean, I don't even know if the gravel spaces that they included are approved or
We don't know
legit
that,
at this
yeah,
point. Yeah, so.
yeah.
It would be a challenge. We haven't fully assessed the amount of parking that that we'd be able to count. So for instance, they have kind of a rather large driveway existing, and if, they could fit, let's say, 2 cars across, 2 cars deep, that's 4 cars, but those cars, the first row of cars can't get out, right? So they're double parked. So that wouldn't necessarily meet our requirements for aisle width. So it may be that they physically can fit cars in there, but they wouldn't meet the standards.
That's right.
But what's disturbing about that, I understand what you're saying about the standards, those cars don't stay. They come, they drop off, they leave, they come back at the end of the day. It's not like a commercial building where there are 4 employees that are going to park there for the day and they've got a gravel spot.
They're there for longer than you might realize. It's not.
Well, let's say a half
drop off
hour
and the kid gets
each
out. And
time. Yeah,
it's not a middle schooler. It's a.
Yeah, a half hour each. These are probably little kids.
You're
So,
tying their shoes and
Yeah.
packing their lunches. And
well, it depends, but it's a turnaround, right?
Okay.
We do have a contract in which states that they have to have a quick drop-off. They do walk them in, they punch in their code on the check-in iPad, they bring them to the gate, and they're handed to the child care provider, and then the parents leave. So they're never there for about more than 5 minutes. We offer food, so they do not have to unpack any lunch boxes or anything like that, so.
I'm just curious. It seems interesting to me that you only operate Monday through Thursday. Is there, what happens to those kids on Friday? And why is this the business model? It just would help me understand
the state changed a few years ago. The state changed, and you can't operate a child center for more than 10 consecutive business days without having extra licensing and rigmarole, and it's practically impossible to overcome at this point with the requirements for that. So to offer this type of daycare or preschool, whatever you're calling this, they would have to close at least one day every 10 days that they're open.
That is not the reason that we are Monday through Thursday, though. When I decided to go, I was Monday through Friday. I decided to go down to Monday through Thursday because with my children, having 4 small children myself, I was never able to take them to the doctor or the dentist or anything like that. So that is when I decided to go down to Monday through Thursday. That's when it was just me in my house. I had a licensing guy, Ron. He came out, he checked out my house, he talked to me about my hours, and he said since I am Monday through Thursday that I do not have to get licensed. My reason behind not getting licensed now is because my own children would count in the ratio, which I totally understand and they should, but my husband is a fireman, so he works 24 hours on, 48 off. So they're at home with them a lot, but on my list of children that I have, they would have to be on there. And that is just not feasible for me. I am not able to lose that income for my own 4 children. They are in school now, and they are not there besides after school. So that was my reasoning. I did not even know that that was a licensing rule when I decided to do that.
That helps me understand the overall situation.
Yes.
Well, we return now to the Board of Zoning Appeals for further discussion and/or a motion. And I'd like to remind my colleagues that the standards for conditional use approval are 10 in number, that They're on page 5 in the packet. And
Before you do that, could I ask Mr. Myers a quick question?
yes, of course.
Mr. Myers, you mentioned the petitioner having to go to the Traffic Commission. Can you further explain that for the benefit of myself and my colleagues?
Yes. So from a conversation with the Highway Department, the subject property has not gone to the Traffic Commission. That is the formal commission that reviews complaints of on-street parking in consideration of no parking signs along the roadway. So they're just stating in that paragraph there that this is essentially the first that they're hearing of these complaints, and that there has not been a formal listening of the complaints and the situation by the Traffic Commission that would be the authority for no parking signs and the review of on-street parking complaints.
Thank you.
Items that they have to meet. We have to do this. This is part of our role, is to evaluate the standards for the conditional use variance. And they're stipulated in the code, and so we're reviewing those at this moment.
I need to ask staff a question too. This conditional use, if approved, goes with the property. So if the owner ever sold, the next person could put in any commercial property or this kind of daycare center?
So if they receive conditional use approval for a child care center and another center goes in that's equal or lesser intensity, let's say they have the same number of clients or less, that would be able to go and run with the land. But if they intensify the use, such as adding more clients, they go up to 40 children, then they would have to come back to the BZA.
And with my understanding, we can cancel that conditional use if we do ever decide to sell. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to talk with my colleagues here. What are concerns and or inclinations, and especially given the standard of review?
Well, I've read all the letters of concern and complaint, and it's the number one issue is traffic. That is by far. But we've heard from several parents here say there's 3 to 4 cars at one time. They come, they go. I understand that you've got a place for those employees to park, so that isn't moving back and forth. It's hard to see with that size property how you would ever get 12 spots, ever in that. I can't even imagine how that could be designed to ever do this. But childcare is dreadfully in short supply, and that wait list story, I can relate to that completely. Looking for somewhere, I can understand it. I can also understand the neighbor who testified and said, it's changed our neighborhood. That is true. All of us who live west, the amount of traffic, my son lives on Hart Street. I cannot believe the amount of traffic. It is pitched up every single year, so I can really embrace that. It's just part of living now on the west side, I think. It's definitely kicked up from where it was decades ago, that's for sure.
Well, it seems like a wonderful business. It seems like it provide, as the proposed motion says, it's a critical service. But as you say, if you'd known, you never would have done it. And to me, I don't like to be too much in a silo, but I can't provide daycare, but my duty is to enforce zoning, and which allows me to do zoning, to do variances. But we do have substantial people who live there who are saying this is a problem, and people who just drop their kids off don't think it's a problem, but people who live there do think it's a problem. Summarizing some of the testimony we've heard, I would love to vote yes, but I'm not going to be able to. Plus, there's a multitude of other stuff that you're going to have to do, and each of those is going to be comparably difficult. So I am not going to be prepared to support this, and I'm sorry. And I'm the sorriest, well, for you and for all the families. It's absolutely critical, and my vote makes it worse. But I can't feel right about allowing something that has so many compliance problems.
I also feel, I agree with Mr. Loftman, and first of all, you seem like a beautiful person, and children would be lucky to have you as their caregiver. But if we approve this, it's going to set you on a path of added expense for variance request after variance request after variance request, ultimately to receive a denial. And because there are problems with the size of the property, it's just 0.34 acres. And, you know, and there are going to be building issues, there are going to be driveway issues, there's going to be landscaping issues, there will be impervious surface issues, there's going to be, this is just the beginning. And if we say to you now, I'm sorry, it's going to be a blessing. You know, that you, maybe somebody here who's listening, or maybe some parents who are connected can help you find a better location for what you do so well. You know, so I'm afraid I'm going to be also voting no on this request.
And may I add, I have to respectfully disagree with what you've just said, because going on with the process, that's her choice. It's her decision to do that. It's not for us to make that decision. If she wants to go on with the process to try to change that out, that's free will, that's her endeavor, and I don't think it's up to us to say, oh, too much work, so we'll just save you the problem.
No, but the 10 items I don't think have been met for this review. I just don't think, because it says there, the neighbors have to support it, and we have evidence that they don't.
Well, it says that you have to deal with traffic issue. It does not say the neighbors have to support it.
I don't have that before me. My sheet.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, you were gonna.
It's not even a decision at this point. Our hands are tied. I mean, numbers 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10 have clearly not been satisfied. It's not a decision.
Yeah.
Much as I would want it to be.
I have a staff question. Can we deny this but put a 6-month or even a year enforcement deadline so that this can continue for a period of time? You know, relocating is a terrible hardship, I know. I want these families to have as much time as they can to get reoriented. And so I think, are you nodding your head? Yes, we could.
Yes, I think that we have allowed for sunset approvals. You can say it's approved for a certain time period. We typically do that for variances, like let's say they want to not pave the parking area. They have 5 years to pave the parking area, and that could be something that the BZA grants. For conditional uses, you know, if tonight it gets denied, we do have a zoning inspector that works with people to get compliant. So I would want to communicate, and it was my goal to communicate, that we would not be enforcing the closure of this center immediately. We would want to work with the owner and, of course, the parents to see if they can relocate. And I understand the waiting list is extremely long. So I think communicating out loud what you think a reasonable timeline would be would help us with some of the remonstrators not that they're going to be banging on the door asking us to close tomorrow. They will also be understanding, but it just helps communicate both sides what the timeline is.
Given that we've heard that wait lists are years and that it's going to be very difficult for these people to get anyplace else, I'm going to go as long as I could in good conscience, and that would be 1 year.
I might just call the attorney real quick out in the hallway and make sure that that's something that if you deny that you could condition something, because typically if you deny it, you can't add like conditions to something because you just denied it. But
Yeah,
if there's some sort of way we could word it, I'll ask.
Great.
Okay.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break while she goes out and confers with the attorney. So if anyone has to, because we have a long night.
I would appreciate well, after this I wanted a break, but we'll take one during.
We'll take one now because it just
Good
naturally
plan.
occurred.
Good plan.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. We'll come back in about 5 minutes. Reconvene the meeting and hear if our director of planning has learned anything from the lawyer, our county lawyer.
Sure. So in conferring with the legal counsel, it's recommended to deny, but as a note, I think it would be important to state that enforcement action would not be taken until June 4th, 2026. So that's something that you could note as a part of your comment on the denial.
Well, in light of that, and in light of the testimony, I move that we deny CDU 25-4 DeWitt Child Care Center conditional use to Chapter 811 at 4390 North Ridgewood Drive. Been serious problems, especially neighbors concerned about traffic, which means it doesn't meet the requirements for me.
Mind if, before we finalize this motion, I believe that Mr. Daly has a question of staff. Is it okay?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Loughlin. Ms. Loughlin, I would like for you to continue with your motion, but in lieu of putting a year deadline on the record in this motion, I would request that you just put reasonable transition period and allow the planning department to handle that aspect moving forward with the petitioner.
Well, yeah, I think Ms. Magellan suggested it would be sort of nice for them to have a little guidance, and I think for the neighbors, I'm prone to say certainly, I don't mind building a little flexibility into a year, but that just seems like a long time if we're going to say no to say not yet. Is there a problem with putting, you want it to be maybe longer than a year?
Absolutely, no. That's not where I'm going. It's,
Okay.
It's protecting the board, protecting the county by setting a date is, I'm not interested in setting a date there. I think we just, at this point, need to recommend a transition period in the prioritization with regards to the planning department handling this and trusting that they will work this out and work within the correct time period.
Ms. Jelen, do you have want to weigh in on this? What works best for you?
So I think tonight we've discussed a timeline of 1 year out. When we're doing enforcement on other properties in the county, we do continue to communicate with people. We can't extend deadlines, so we try to work with them one-on-one to come up with a plan for transitioning. I think that this case, it could take a while to get a new location. To work backwards is going to be important. So if you want to provide guidance or some sort of timeline that you would support, that may be helpful. But if you would rather just leave it ambiguous, we can try to communicate with the owner, who would then communicate with the parents and other people that will be impacted.
Okay, then what if we say that a presumption that a year is reasonable, and if that is not practical, and a reason, and you can determine that the department determines that there's light at the end of the tunnel. If a practical plan is underway, then you of course have discretion. Does that?
Ms. Hoffman, with all due respect, I cannot support any motion where there is you're mentioning any time period due to potential precedent and potential protection of the county and of the board.
Well, in either event, I think that the staff is going to be cognizant that we want a reasonable time. They will be cognizant that some of us think a year is a long time. I mean, it's not a long time for the petitioner, but it's a long time for us to recognize that there may not be any enforcement. So
I'm recommending we put that trust in the planning department.
So I will say that I move to deny, but encourage the plan department to exercise sound discretion to make this move practical for the petitioner, or the closing practical for the families there and the neighbors, but realizing that the neighborhood is the concern of the board and the planning department here, and that should not be lost in the shuffle.
Is there a second?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded to recommend denial for CDU-25-4. I did just want to make one comment. This is a denial of the conditional use for the child care center as proposed tonight. If they make modifications or they can meet another standard in our ordinance, which we will work with them on, we will try to do that first and foremost. But as presented tonight and as communicated, this is a recommendation of denial with ability for the planning department to work with the owner to make sound discretion to make the closure, move, or redesign practical for the families and the neighborhood. A vote yes is a vote to deny CDU-25-4. Jeff Morris?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
No.
Margaret Clements? Yes. Skip Daly?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Okay, the motion is approved 4-1 to deny the conditional use.
Ms. DeWitt, we're really sorry, and we're sorry to the families. We have done our best to allow for some positive outcome of this decision. And also, as you can tell, planning staff is really remarkable to work with. And the sooner that you speak with them, the sooner you might see other avenues. So thank you for coming in tonight, and thank you for participating in our process. We go on now to items 8 and 9, variances 25-26A and B, the SMRC maximum impervious cover variance to Chapter 804, and the buildable area in the Karst Conservancy area concerning 23.41 plus or minus acre parcel in Indian Creek Township at 8056 South Victor Pike. So, Mr. Brown, if you would kindly review this with us, we'd be so grateful.
Thank you. So the purpose of this is to construct a new single-family residence with an attached garage and a new detached carport. It's worth noting that the accessory structure, the carport alone, does not require any variances. However, the main home requires both the impervious cover and the minimum buildable area variances as applies to karst feature setbacks. And the driveway extension also contributes to that impervious cover. If the variances are granted, the lot would be considered conforming and be able to be developed with the structure as shown in this variance filing. The total proposed structures include a 4,570 square foot single-family residence with an attached garage, a 807.96 square foot lean-to, an estimated 232.25 square foot patio, an estimated 616.51 square foot open porch, a 272.58 square foot screened porch, and a 1,080 square foot carport. This is combined with modifications to an existing driveway, where said existing driveway has an estimated impervious cover of 13,900 square feet. The total structure, the proposed structures and the existing driveway in total, they total to 25,188 square feet as indicated by the petition surveyor. In the agricultural residential 2.5 zoning district, the maximum impervious cover surface is 20% of the lot or 20,000 square feet, whichever is less. And with a lot size of 23.41 acres, 20% of the lot size would be 203,947.92 square feet, and thus the 20 square foot restriction would apply. As such, a maximum impervious cover variance is required since they are requesting an allowed maximum impervious cover that is 5,188 square feet over the maximum. And here is the definition of maximum impervious cover for the benefit of the board and all in attendance. And on to VAR-25-26B. There is a karst feature on the property that is close to the building. This karst feature was not originally identified when the property was part of a sliding scale subdivision back in 2019, but was identified later. The stormwater team of the Highway Department passed a new ordinance in June of 2024 requiring a 50-foot karst conservancy area, but the program manager of the stormwater team allowed the petitioner to proceed with designing a new home with only the 25-foot karst conservancy area. But Chapter 826-3 of the County Development Ordinance states that all karst features must have a karst conservancy area that at minimum encompasses the entire karst and all area within 50 feet of said karst. The petitioner's proposed plan only reflects the 25-foot karst setback and proposed single-family residence be located approximately 8.3 feet from said setback. Hence, a variance is required as well. And here are the karst feature delineation and development standards. In particular, we're looking at number 2, which says for all sinkholes and compound sinkholes, the KCA shall at minimum encompass the entire sinkhole and all area within 50 feet of the largest adjoining closed contour to the sinkhole, utilizing the best available data. Here is an image of the property as it stands now with the black L-shaped representing the proposed structure. The circle in red is the location of this Cars Conservancy area, and this reflects as well the driveway as it exists now. And here is the location and site conditions map of the property, as well as the zoning map and comprehensive map. And here is an aerial view of the property as well as images. The image on the left shows the driveway entrance and a distance back towards the proposed property. And the image on the right shows an existing RV as well as containers that will be removed from the site should this variance be approved. And here is the petitioner's certified plot plan showing the karst area close to the proposed existing home and its location overall in relation to the site. And so staff recommends approval of VAR-25-26A as a significant portion of the maximum impervious cover comprises of the existing driveway. We also recommend denial of VAR-25-26B as practical difficulties have not been demonstrated and a redesign of the proposed location could be done to move the proposed structures away from said Cars Conservancy area. And
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll hear from the petitioner now, or the petitioner's representative is Mr. and Ms. Smirk, or thank you for coming. And would you kindly sign in, both of you, and then I'll swear you both in. Would raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 15 minutes to make your request to us.
Okay. Well, good evening, and we would also like to thank you for the opportunity to explain our variance requests, and of course, we are hoping that you will approve both of them tonight. Some of the details that for our journey, I call it, were in the petitioner letter, but I'd like to provide some additional details. So this is our first time building a home in Monroe County, but at all. And we plan for this to be our forever home. As stated in the letter, emotional. Sorry, I didn't expect to get emotional there. I was raised on the property, and I've always dreamed of building at this location. So when my husband and I started to plan for the home, we actually reached out to a surveyor and said, you know, is this an issue? Because it's a very small depression, but it is a depression. And because we were thinking of building in that location, we wanted to be cognizant and reasonable. So it was at that time that it was identified as a karst feature. And he told us that the county required the 25-foot buffer. At the time, when we started, it was a 25-foot buffer. But lots of other factors went into selecting the current site. One is taking advantage of the existing driveway and power that is there, and that was from a county airport tower that was located on my parents' property years ago. Secondly is to optimize views of our field. There's kind of a hay field that sits southeast of the site. I have a horse, and eventually would like to have the horse there on in the field. He's there sometimes, but anyways. Thirdly, we really like the privacy of the location. It's off the road, away from the road and neighbors. And then something that's important to my husband and I is to optimize high-performance homes design standards. So we're trying to optimize southern sun exposure of our primary windows in the home, and to minimize western sun exposure by not having many windows. You know, the garage is on that side. And then with the lean-to, we're incorporating solar panels in the design. And then lastly, we sit about a mile as the crow flies from the I-69, and it is amazing when there's a northern breeze how much road noise that we get at our home. And so we designed it so that the porch and kind of outdoor area is blocked by the home, actually, if that makes sense. So that was important to us as well. So we've been actively planning the design of this home for over 2 years. Lots of time, money, and stress have been exerted along the way. And one thing as newbies that we failed to consider was the fact that county building codes change frequently. So last summer, we had gotten to a point where we had a pretty solid design, and we were at the point in the process where we requested the stormwater permit. And that's, Daniel spoke to that I think we applied in August and they changed it in June. Fortunately, Kelsey and Erica came out and they allowed us to be grandfathered into the 25-foot requirement. And that's how we proceeded. Again, as newbies, we didn't realize that there was a CDO requirement that kind of duplicated what the stormwater requirement was. So we continued to solidify our plans, and our builder applied for our building permit in February of this year. And actually, the initial design that he applied for, that design was approved at the current location. But he didn't pick it up or pay for it. I'm not sure why, but he didn't. And then shortly, after February, he gave us preliminary bids on the house. It's insanely expensive to build right now. And so we started considering a smaller footprint for the home. So we met with our architect on a Tuesday to discuss, that option. Same location as the approved building permit that we had on file, but just a smaller footprint, slightly different attachment of the garage in the house. So after our meeting with our architect, I called Scott Perdue with Smith Design Group to let him know that we would probably need a new site plan, and to kind of say, how backed up are you from a timing standpoint? And he said, hey, I just need to let you know there's a new CDO requirement about this permeable area, and it might be a problem. So the following day, I stopped by the planning department and I spoke with Daniel about our changes. And I said, it's basically the same location, driveway, garage size, but just a smaller footprint and attachment to the garage. Should we be concerned? And he said, that the current design was fine, and so if we're going smaller, we should be okay. So once again, we continued to redesign that new plan. We got a new site survey. Our builder then resubmitted our permit request, and when shortly thereafter, we were a little bit shocked when we found out that we needed 2 variances. And frankly, if we would have known that there would have been potential issues, we probably wouldn't have made any changes. We would have gone with the original design because there was nothing really wrong with it. It's just expensive. So because of that, again, we told that we had 2 variances. So fortunately, my husband, he several years ago bought a home designer software program that allows us to kind of mock up moving from a 25 feet more south and 25 feet more west. And it just really makes it very challenging for several reasons. It pushes our structures so far to the southwest that it makes the driveway to the garage unfeasible, in my opinion. It's basically down and pushed into the trees, into the tree line. At the current level, the basement would be completely out of the ground, and so a huge amount of backfill would be needed and, of course, increase our costs, maybe even require retaining walls, and we don't know exactly. The carport would be so close to the tree line that the solar panels would be not practical. If we lowered the house, there would be no way to divert water away from the house on the northeast side of the house because we can't touch that area in the karst feature. And so if you lowered it, you'd have water running into your house. And then it potentially would require a new septic location and a new septic permit because it would be pushing it in close to our septic field. Again, we haven't gone into a lot of those details, but those are just some potential issues that it could cause. So in our opinion, we feel like that we'd be forced to start from scratch and a new design and a new location, which, again, it's just ridiculous how much money we've spent so far. And I know, money isn't a decision factor probably for you, but it's a lot of stress, a lot of time, and a lot of money that would be difficult for us to handle. The other thing that I wanted to point out was when we met with the stormwater ladies, or the stormwater manager, she said that we would need to design the guttering system and any potential rainwater away from the karst feature. So we do have that as part of our site plan, is nothing is going towards the karst feature at that 25-foot setback. The other thing is we have acquired all other county permits that are required, and we are basically ready to start with the home if we can get these approvals. So I appreciate it, and if you have questions for us, we are more than willing to answer them.
Smirk, I will ask my colleagues here if they have questions for Mr. and Ms. Smirk.
Not I. I have one question for staff. When I read this, as we just heard from the petitioner, the change on the karst setback was 25 and now it's 50. So there's been a change. Was it effective January 1? It's another one of these changing regulations.
It was effective December 18th, 2024.
December 18th.
For the
Okay.
planning code, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Daly.
Appropriate
Yes.
to ask staff. Just out of curiosity, the February that they're referencing that they had an approved site plan, was that of 2025?
That is correct, and that was an error.
Oh, it was an error. Okay, but nonetheless filed and approved. Okay. Do filed approved site plans expire?
In this case, it's under a building permit, so once the permit's issued, it has 2 years. But the actual
Okay.
approval is tied to the permit timeline.
So should they get denied on this, they can go back to their original plan if they wanted to because that's still filed and approved, correct?
Well, the original plan that was approved in February on an error was never actually picked up as a permit, so we stopped it and asked that they go ahead and correct it through this process. And that's what she mentioned, her builder didn't pay for it.
So that's off the table at this point. Okay. My other question is, Mr. Brown, when you mentioned that practical difficulties haven't been met and that there was another location, did you take in consideration the change of septic and the additional challenges to the environment for rerouting the driveway?
Rerouting the driveway was something that was considered, but the septic was not.
Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the public now, and if there's anyone in the public who is opposed, you'll have a chance to rebut. Okay, are there members of the public who would like to support this petition? If so, come to the podium or raise your virtual hand to be recognized. Are there members of the public who are against this petition? If so, please come to the podium here in the Nat Hill courtroom or raise your virtual hand to be recognized. We see no one, so I come back to us for further discussion and or a motion.
Well, I'm not going to make a motion quite yet, but this is, we've been facing a lot of comparable issues where it was okay when you started serious planning and jumped through lots of hoops and paid lots of money and saw materials prices go up and up, and I'm very sympathetic to granting this. Make a motion, but I'm certainly interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say.
As a matter of fact, I find practical difficulties have been established, and I am prepared to motion that variance 25-26A and B be approved due to fitting the conditions in our code.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-26A, which is the impervious cover, and then VAR-25-26B, which is the buildable area karst conservancy area. A vote yes is a vote to approve both variances. Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Jeff Morris?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson? Yes. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Skip Daly?
Yes.
Motion is approved 5-0.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Guys do.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
And
is this on? Thank you. I'm sure this is totally inappropriate, but I'm just trying to lighten the mood. My wife did not want me to do this, but you just saved me from being on a Dateline special.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks.
Chairwoman,
yes.
I need to
Okay.
adjourn myself.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming tonight and for all of your good thoughts. We're moving on to item number 10, which is VAR-25-27A. This is the Whaley maximum impervious cover variance to Chapter 804 concerning 3.76 plus or minus acre parcel in Bloomington Township, Section 25 at 4791 East State Road 45. And Ms. Crecelius, would you kindly review this with us?
Yes, thank you. So the petition site, there's a location map on screen. As you stated, this is a 4.42 acre site. It's currently zoned conservation residential 2.5. And the petitioner is requesting a design standard variance from the maximum impervious cover requirement. Their limit based on lot acreage and the requirement would be 15,000 square feet. The property has an existing impervious cover of 13,650 square feet, and they are proposing an additional 12,348 square feet. On screen, I do have that definition of impervious cover, but I know we are familiar with that. So on screen is the plot plan as that has been applied for. Correction from the staff report, I had stated that a residential building permit had not been applied for. It has. So this would be the final configuration. If it was approved tonight, we would go and release the building permit. So this plot plan has been engineered by Chelsea Moss, who is present this evening. The property is developed with a single-family residential home, accessory structures, a drive, a patio, a pond, a pool, and a pool house. So these things are on screen, a little difficult to see. On the right, we do have the provided square footages of the building footprints and impervious cover. So just a little overview, there's an aerial image on screen. So the existing dwelling and existing pool house would then add in the so they have a total structured amount, and then they have a total number for pavement, drive, patio, pool, sidewalks for that total of $13,650. So again, on screen is the same plot plan. To the bottom right of the plot plan is the proposed accessory structure, and then the gray area on 3 sides of the structure is all more impervious cover. So they're proposing to add an accessory structure, which would be generally used, for residential private storage. They are stating that it would be a pull-through style building and that it would require gravel parking on both sides. As a side note, the property would not be adjacent to the existing home. It would be a new drive that would access the accessory structure coming off the existing drive, just slightly off of East State Road 45, partially located in right-of-way, and they are working on their driveway and DOT permit for that. So the new drive would then turn to the left and go to the new accessory structure. So staff recommends denial of this variance request as the petitioner has been unable to satisfy the standards for approval. They could relocate the proposed structure to eliminate the second drive to access through. Relocating the structure near the existing residence would encourage compact design and would reduce the amount of impervious cover, which is one of the points of intent for impervious cover standards. And generally, the petitioner has been unable to prove practical difficulties, specifically C of the definition that states a significant development limitation that cannot be reasonably addressed through the redesign or relocation development of the development building structure, existing or proposed. Does anybody have any questions for me?
With questions after the petitioner has presented. Ms. Moss, it's good to see you. If you'd kindly sign in. Would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Chelsea Moss. I'm with Abram Moss Design Group, and we're the site engineer on this project. I was brought in on this project the end of last summer, and one of the first things we noted when we had, we were pulling up survey, looking at property lines, is the existing structure encroached on the property lines that actually the pool house crossed. And so we went through the lot line adjustment process with Deckard Land Surveying. I advised my client that basically submitting a site plan with that encroachment wasn't going to get anywhere. We needed to address that issue first. So getting through that process then ended up taking us past the approval of the new CDO. For the most part, that wasn't an issue for what my client was planning, but the impervious area is kind of our sticking point.
The idea of moving it to another location, I'll go through kind of the thought process of why it's located where we are showing. Because of the proximity to the north property line, if we were to try to move it along the existing line or the existing driveway on the north, we would be encroaching on the setback along the north or the septic system, neither of which we want to mess with. My client preferred to have it on the south to avoid any visual obstruction for his neighbors on the west. He's got neighbors that are in this area relatively close to the property line, and so putting a big new structure right in their backyard, he didn't want to be that kind of neighbor. And so by placing it on the south of the property, that puts it adjacent to what's essentially a Karst Conservancy area that encumbers most of the property south of him. And that property south of him is currently used for a business as opposed to a residence. So that's why he wanted it kind of on that end. He does have a depression to a walkout basement, so we had to keep it closer to that south property line as opposed to putting it closer to the house. With that location, we basically took that drive up and tied it in. It just so happens that he has a lot of nice existing landscaping along the drive. So we tried to tie in just south of that landscaping as opposed to tearing it all up in this process. In doing so, the connection into the existing drive occurs within the state right-of-way, which is why we have to go for that state permit. We've kind of started that process, but we're waiting to see about getting this variance before we go too far down the road of paying all those permit fees and finalizing that process. But since we're not adding any additional turnout onto the highway, I don't see an issue with getting the NDOT permit in this case. I know there was some comment about the amount of pavement we're talking about around this. It is a drive-through building, and he wanted the ability to drive a vehicle with a trailer through. By the time you put the turning radius on a vehicle with a trailer going through a building, that's about what you get. And so altogether, though, this total impervious area falls below the percentage that the ordinance allows. It just doesn't fall below that or maximum. And so we are under that percentage, which in my opinion is the essence of what the code was going after. This is a larger lot. You can see most of the area is still grass and vegetation. We have maintained distances from the Karst Conservancy area in the southwest corner. And basically overall trying to put this in what we feel is the best location for the site.
Can you tell us what the percentage of the impervious surface is? Because the cover, you refer to that as
I
under
believe it's around, I believe the allowable is 25, is that correct? If you take off that or maximum.
It is 15%.
15%, okay. We're about at like 14%, so we're just under it, but it is under, or it was about 1% under, I believe.
Okay, that helps.
That does help. I don't really have any questions at this time. You know, I understand the request and the rationale behind the request, so thank you. We'll hear from the public, and if anyone is opposed, you'll have an opportunity to come back.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? If so, please raise your virtual hand, come to the podium in the Nat Hill room. We don't see anyone. Are there members of the public who are in opposition to this petition? If so, please come to the podium in the Nat Hill room or raise your virtual hand. We don't see anyone, so I turn to my colleagues now for further discussion. and or a motion. You know, I just want to make an observation that, of course, we're in the middle of transitioning from the last CDO and the new CDO. And from my perspective, I'm seeing where there could be some problems that we have to review between ourselves and the public when we go over the ordinance and what's working and what's not. You know, I certainly, this neighborhood, it abuts another neighborhood, and I would imagine that no one would want to look out their window on their large property and see a huge carport, you know, and so I think that there have been practical difficulties given the kind of a karst feature nearby, the neighbors close by, the positioning of the spot on the property, and the need for the turnaround because of a truck with a trailer, you know, and so I myself would be in support of this variance. I don't know how others feel, but that's where I stand.
I'm going to move we accept variance 25-27A, the Whaley maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 804 for practical difficulties, as you said. And thanks for noting that our regulations is 15% and you're at 14%. So thank you for that information too.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll note, just for the record, they are very close to the 15%. It might not be exactly 14%.
Right,
But
okay.
There is a
Good enough.
approval on the table in a second. So VAR-25-26A, which is the maximum, oh, sorry, that is the prior case. It has already been a long night. VAR-25-27A, Whaley maximum impervious cover. A vote yes is a vote to approve the variance. Guy Loftman,
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson,
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved 4-0.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. It's always good to see you. Thanks. We're moving on to item number 11 in the agenda, which is VAR-25-28. This is the Worski Eco Area 2 concerning a 1 acre contiguous buildable area on one 5 plus or minus acre parcel in Salt Creek Township, Section 18 at 3200 South State Road 446. And Mr. Smith, if you'd review this with us, we'd be grateful.
Yeah. So this is a variance request from the Eco Area 2 standards, which is the 1 acre contiguous buildable area from Chapter 823. And the purpose is to construct an approximate 1,200 square foot detached garage on the property. According to Chapter 823-5B4, each dwelling unit shall have at least 1 acre of total contiguous buildable area land. So despite the petition site itself containing approximately 5 acres, the proposed building location only exhibits approximately 0.7 acres or less of contiguous buildable area. So the buildable area in this case would refer to areas within the 15% slope or less. And that is because there are no other known environmental concerns present at the build location. And the project would otherwise be expected to meet all other design standards of the CDO. And R-25-293 is the building permit number associated with this project. Here on are just the standard site conditions map and location map. As far as the site condition map is concerned, the area in which this proposal is going through is up here in this upper left-hand corner of the property, so it's closer to State Road 446, but is still going to meet that setback, that front setback. So no concerns there. This is just a map of the environmental constraints overlay area, specifically Area 2, which is represented by that red color. So this property, as well as the entire area, is located within the Lake Monroe watershed, Area 2. So everyone in this region is subject to the same standard. These are some site photos of the proposed build location. And again, no real apparent concerns here. It looks like they would connect off of their existing driveway here. The petitioner did obtain a certified plot plan from Deckard Land Surveying, and this is just a snippet of that certified plot plan, specifically focusing on the proposed garage. They have the contour lines present. They've got the square footage, and they also have the setbacks, and they do show that they are meeting the setbacks, even in the front where they're just barely making that 35-foot setback, but according to this survey, they will meet that setback. So staff's recommendation is approval of the Eco Area 2 variance based on the fact that practical difficulties have been demonstrated, as the property simply cannot meet the 1 acre of contiguous buildable area requirement, and this would be the minimum variance necessary in order for any new development to occur on the site.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are the Worskis here? If so,
I believe they might be online.
Oh, okay. If they could be unmuted or elevated. Ms. Worski, can you hear us? You need to, yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Worski. Please review with us your proposal, your request.
Good evening. I feel as though everything was described accurately regarding my variance request. I would just like to reiterate that I am in urgent need of a garage to store my vehicles due to increased weather events and destruction of personal property due to rodent damage. I've experienced several instances of both within the last year, and I thank you all for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Worski. We're going to hear from the public. If anybody opposes your request, then you'll have a chance to speak again. Are there members of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand. Are there members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? Oh, okay, that's your hand, Ms. Worski. Sorry. Are there members of the public who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? Please raise your hand or come to the podium. We don't see anyone, so I bring it back to us for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'm going to move that we approve variance 25-28, the Wirtske Eco Area 2, 1 acre contiguous buildable area to Chapter 823 because practical difficulties have been met.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-28. A vote yes is a vote to approve the Wirtske Eco Area 2 1 acre contiguous requirement. Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Jeff Morris?
Yes, and I also want to let the group know that I need to drop after this call, so have a good evening, everyone.
Okay, motion is approved 4-0.
Thank you.
And we still have an in-person quorum, so we can proceed.
Okay. Okay, we're moving on to item number 12, which is VAR-25-29, Thrasher Residential Storage Structure Variance to Chapter 811 concerning 1.47 plus or minus acre parcel in Bloomington Township, Section 31 at South Johnson Avenue. Ms. Crecelius?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So the petitioner's requesting 1 design standard variance from the residential storage structure requirement. It's from Chapter 811. So the petition site is 0.47 acres. It is a platted remainder lot of Maple Groves Baby Farms. It's part of Lot 2. So the property is currently undeveloped. The petitioner lives on a directly adjacent property. They are requesting the variance in order to construct a 1,568 square foot residential storage structure on the site, or 49 by 32. The petitioner states in their letter to the BZA that they live adjacent to their lot, would like to maintain the ability to build a single-family residential structure on the property in the future. So on screen is a plot plan of the property. In yellow is the petition site. The green square would be the proposed residential storage structure, and the adjacent property that the petitioner lives on is shown in a pink-purple color. So Chapter 811 states that structures shall not exceed 875 square feet in all other permitted zoning districts. So the property is zoned residential 1. And so it would be subject to 875 square feet when there is not a primary use on the property. So I shortened that first sentence. The whole standard states that structures shall not exceed 1,750 for properties that are in the AGR, forest, or conservation residential zoning districts, and then goes on to say 875 square feet for all other. So a residential storage structure is a structure to be used for private, non-commercial storage by a property owner. It says it does not require the presence of a primary use. If there is not a primary use, it is subject to the standard of the size limitation. So the lot is currently undeveloped. It has another small accessory structure on it, a shed. So it is subject to the 875 square feet. If there was it would be a by right use to have a structure that was under 875 square feet. If they built a home, they would be able to build whatever size accessory structure. It would not be subject to this. So the site environmentally is pretty well flat and has plenty of buildable area outside of the setbacks. There are no unique features. It is zoned residential 1, which does have a minimum lot size of 1 acre, and the property is 0.47 acres, so development in the future would be could be constrained. So because the proposed structure exceeds the size restriction, it exceeds the size restriction by 693 square feet. Alternatively, the petitioner could combine the property with the adjacent property at 118 South Johnson Avenue where they reside, and it would not be held to a size limitation. Combining the properties would mean that the petitioner would lose a legal lot of record. The petitioner would be unable to construct the same size structure on the adjacent developed lot due to its size. So the lot that they reside on is 0.2 acres. If the petition site was combined with the adjacent lot that they own, it would bring the legal acreage to 0.67 acres total, which would be closer to conformity with the residential 1 district. Just as a side note, that when the petitioner first came to the planning department, their property was zoned high development residential, which had a minimum lot size of 0.14 acres. And recently the Board of Commissioners did approve a rezone for this neighborhood from high development residential to residential 1. And that did increase the minimum lot size. So many of the lots included in that rezone petition did not meet the 1 acre lot size, so this would not be an unusual situation for this neighborhood. The residential zoning district allows landowners to further develop properties with less than 1 acre of land if they can meet all other development standards. So like I said, they may face constraints in the future if they do develop it, as would any other property. But they would not be subject to a minimum lot size variance if they could meet, say, setbacks. The petitioner's home on 118 South Johnson does contain enough space for what appears to be a driveway to go through the south side of the property, which we would assume would happen to access the residential storage structure, although we don't have that in writing. We are unsure if the driveway going on the south side of the property would be possible without interfering with the septic location or the home location to a future home location to access the property. And the petitioner's site plan does not currently show driveway access to the proposed accessory structure, but we assume a driveway would be necessary. So on screen is the petitioner's letter to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So staff recommends denying the residential storage structure variance due to that practical difficulties have not been demonstrated, that the petitioner could combine the lots for planning and zoning purposes or redesign the proposed structure to meet the 875 square feet limitation. And then as a note, as we like to include, if the design standards variance is approved, the petitioner would be able to proceed with a residential accessory structure permit application, and they would have to comply with all building and zoning requirements. If the design standards variance is denied, they would be able to construct that storage structure at 875 square feet, or they could propose a principal use on the lot concurrently, and it would remove that square footage limitation of the building.
Thank you. Is Mr. Thrasher here? If you would kindly come up and sign in, and then I'll swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So just go over with us your request.
Okay. What I want to do was build me a building in the back to store I have a boat, I have a fishing boat, a little tractor, and I tinker with lawnmowers, old cars, and things like that. And I just wanted a place where I could do all that in the back section, and it would be able to be secured, because everything I have right now is just in a like temporary storage container or temporary shelters. And I wanted to make it have a place to mess around in my retirement and do those kind of things. So that's my intention there.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
The requirements are 875 square feet, right?
Without a primary use.
If there's not a house. How did you come up with the size of the structure you want to build?
Well, given the amount of things that I have that I'm wanting to use to store in there and have an area to work on things like cars and such, it takes up a little room, and I'm used to working in shops and things. So I just come up with that number just due to the fact of what I wanted to do and what I had to store. And right now I have a shipping container back there, a small one that I'm keeping my tools and things. I want to incorporate that into the building and make a barn style, something to be more eye appealing and still do what I want to do. So
you're going to keep that container and
it'll
build?
actually be inside the building.
Inside the building?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when the staff talked to you about possibly combining the lots, what was your thought about that? Is that a plus or a minus?
I don't have any reason to build another house, but I don't want to take that ability away from my heirs or whoever is going to. Trying to do what I need to do without changing things.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thrasher. We're going to hear from the public. Is there a member of the public who would like to speak in favor of this petition? Please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand. Okay, is there a member of the public who would like to speak in opposition to this petition? If so, please raise your virtual hand or come to the podium. Okay, I will come back now to us three. Now, I'm kind of sympathetic to the idea that he wants to keep that lot for his progeny to perhaps build a house on while he tinkers in his retirement. I'm sympathetic to that.
22.
Staff question. I think at some point you said if he combined them, he would meet the standard for the building he wants.
Yes.
He'd be closer.
It would be one lot technically, and then it would have a primary use because it'd be on the same lot as his home.
But would he then be able to build what he wants?
He could build a residential storage structure of any size within reason.
Okay, yeah. So if he combines the properties, he loses future options, but can do what he wants to do right now. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. It seems to me that we often find people wish they had two things that you can't have both of. And this to me seems like one of those two things you can't have both of. I mean, I don't see any reason not to say if he wants to do this, he can combine the properties, then he doesn't even need to come and ask us for anything. And it seems to me that meets the spirit and the letter of the zoning ordinance, and that's how I'm going to look at it.
Neighborhood, there are a lot of people who bought two lots and they keep them separate because they have children, like saving it for a child who might want to build a home later on. That's that neighborhood back there behind Culver's and Greek Table Restaurant, you know, where so people have this, and he's openly stated he wanted to keep the lot a separate lot in case one of his kids wants to.
Right, I understand that it's very convenient if you don't meet zoning, but it's always very convenient to not meet zoning.
Yeah.
And I'm, you know.
Was it this case or I'm sorry, I'm being confused. Was it this case where under the old requirements, this would not have been, no, in that neighborhood, there are many homes that don't meet the size requirements. Was that this case you said that about, or?
And this had been zoned a different zone.
A zone, but many houses in that neighborhood are unable to meet the current zoning requirements, correct?
The minimum lot size.
The minimum lot size.
There is a small trade-off in the sense of that the residential 1 zoning district has the notation with it that if you can meet all of their standards, a minimum lot size variance wouldn't be required in the future. So that does help, but under the CDO, they were rezoned to high development residential with a lot size of 0.14 acres. Both lots would have met that size.
So are you saying that before this rezone, this might have been possible, but since the rezone, it's not?
If you were only considering minimum lot size, yes. Under the former zoning district, the use would not have been permitted.
At all?
At all.
We're not unanimous, then what happens?
It automatically goes to the next meeting.
Okay, I don't know that I approve of this logic, but I think if we had more people, this would probably pass. And while it doesn't meet my standards, I also don't want to have Mr. Thrasher had to come back, go through the same thing, get back on the agenda. So I will bow to the wisdom of my colleagues, and if somebody makes a motion, I will support it.
Then I will move to approve variance 25-29, the Thrasher Residential Storage Structure variance to Chapter 811, page 112.
Are there practical difficulties and all three? The approval including any because it would not impair the stability of a natural or scenic area. It would not interfere, make more dangerous, difficult, or costly the use, installation, or maintenance of existing or planned transportation and utility facilities. And the character of the property included in the variance does not depart from what is characteristic in the neighborhood. And doesn't seem to affect the use and value of adjacent properties. And the variance needed to eliminate practical difficulties. So the motion has been made and seconded, and now we'll just call the vote.
I'll second it.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
he did
you,
not
thank
second
you, Guy.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-29 Thrasher residential storage structure size. A vote yes is a vote to approve the storage structure size to the maximum as indicated in the staff packet tonight. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Aye.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved 3-0.
Thank you, Mr. Thrasher. Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Yes, thanks. Okay, so this is item number 13, which is VAR-25-30, the Allen accessory dwelling unit, 800 square foot size limitation, variance to chapter 811 concerning 5.23 plus or minus acre parcel in Richland Township at 1780 North Pioneer Lane. And if you could review that with us, Mr. Myers, we'd be grateful.
Thank you. All right, this is VAR-25-30. The petitioner is requesting one design standards variance to the accessory dwelling unit standards of Chapter 811 of the County Development Ordinance. In 2023, the property owner submitted a residential accessory structure permit application to construct a new 1,200 square foot detached garage on the property at the petition site. Upon review of the planning department, it was determined that the existing approximately 2,800 square foot detached garage was constructed without permits in around 2017 by the prior property owners. Upon further review of the unpermitted structure, it was determined that its interior meets the definition of a dwelling unit and would have required a residential building permit. In October of 2023, the property owner was directed by staff to submit an after-the-fact residential building permit application for the unpermitted structure and pursue a rezone or use variance under the former 1997 zoning ordinance to convert one of the two existing dwelling units on the property into a detached accessory dwelling unit. Only after following this process could the planning department issue an improvement location permit for the new 1,200 square foot detached garage. With the Now, with the adoption of the County Development Ordinance in December of 2024, the property was rezoned from estate residential to residential 1, which made the property eligible for the DADU instead of having to pursue a rezone petition itself. But the DADU land use is still subject to the conditions of Chapter 811-4C. So I will go over the definitions here in a moment, but before I proceed, I'll touch on what happens if this variance is approved and what if it's denied. So if the variance is approved, the petitioner will need to submit an after-the-fact residential building permit application for the 2,800 square foot structure that was built without permits by the prior owners, and submit an improvement location permit application to convert the existing manufactured home into the detached accessory dwelling unit. And that's the process to permit two separate dwelling units on one lot of record. The petitioner may then resume the permitting process for their original plans of constructing a 1,200 square foot detached garage on the property that they initially started in 2023. If the variance is denied, the petitioner must do either of the following. A, decommission the 2,800 square foot structure as a dwelling unit, and then operate the manufactured home as the sole residential dwelling on the property. Or B, decommission the manufactured home as a dwelling unit and get a building permit, after the fact building permit for the 2,800 square foot structure to be the sole residential unit on the property. Or C, remove the manufactured home and build a new detached accessory dwelling unit that meets the 800 square foot residential living space requirement. And if B or C are chosen in that process, the planning department will seek an after-the-fact residential building permit application to verify that the 2,800 square foot structure can meet residential building code and get that after-the-fact permit. Yes. So on the screen here is some definitions from Chapter 850 with respect to accessory dwelling units, dwelling unit, and livable residential space. So overall, the property owner is hoping to transform or convert the existing manufactured home into the DADU and look to get the appropriate permits for that 2,800 square foot garage structure that was originally built by the prior owners that has, on the interior, it's basically a dwelling. And you'll see the pictures here in a moment. With the DADU conversation, we do have a list of conditions that must be met for that use to be permitted. So on the screen, we have items 1 through 13. I will just point to the items that have the red text, which means that they are not met or that there's some discussion regarding them. So if you look to number 2, it states that in the in the residential zone, you must have at least 0.5 acres connected to sewer and 1.25 acres for lots with septic. This property does have septic and has more than 1.25 acres. Therefore, its size is limited to 800 square feet. And that is the sole condition why we are here this evening for this variance. If you look to number 4, it states that the petitioner may convert an existing resident or accessory structure on a site into an accessory dwelling unit. If the petitioner applies to convert an existing accessory structure into an accessory dwelling unit, the petitioner must meet all building department requirements. Conversion or construction of an accessory dwelling unit requires an improvement location permit. So the current manufactured home doesn't need a conversion permit, doesn't need a new residential building permit. It's already been existing on the property. It's been there since 1993. However, if the property owner were to choose the 2,800 square foot structure as their DADU, they would need to get that building permit, after the fact building permit. I think I might have misspoke. The manufactured home does require a conversion permit, which is also known as an improvement location permit. So that condition can be met. It's just a permitting step depending on which structure they ultimately choose to operate as the accessory dwelling unit. All the information in this packet is indicating that they are wanting to convert the manufactured home into the accessory dwelling unit. But I'm just providing all of that information up front in case there is some discussion about choosing the other structure if they want to go that path. So sorry if this is kind of confusing.
It is. It's a big one.
And I will direct you to number 10, which I have listed there. It states must have a permanent connection to either an on-site sewage system or a sanitary sewage system. The petitioner's representative provided evidence of permits for both of the existing structures on the site. So therefore, I went ahead and struck out that requirement because that standard is now met. They have evidence of the former or the older septic system that services the manufactured home, and they also have a septic permit from 2020 that is for the 2,800 square foot structure that was built without permits.
How does that home get built without permits?
I don't know. So here on the location map and the site conditions map, the structure that was built without permits is the southern structure here, and the manufactured home is up here. That's been there since 1993. So here's some aerial imagery from 2024, I believe, showing all the structures on the property. Again, the manufactured home in the north section here, my cursor is, that's the structure that they are intending to convert to a detached accessory dwelling unit. It is, of course, over that 800 square foot limitation, so that's why we're here for the variance. This larger 2,800 square foot structure here on the south side, that's the one that was built in 2017 without permits and does require an after-the-fact permit through the building department. So just a few more photographs here. And then this on the screen are some photographs that were provided by the petitioner in the original permitting conversations regarding their goal to have a new 1,200 square foot detached garage. And when planning started asking questions about this unpermitted structure, they provided this information to us. So as you can see, the structure does exhibit dwelling-like characteristics, including a bathroom, a kitchen, and a space for sleeping. So those are the definitions for a dwelling unit, and that's why it would be classified as a residence. Okay. Now on the screen, we have the letter to the Board of Zoning Appeals from the petitioner's representatives, giving some background to the property, the petitioners purchasing it, as well as hoping to establish the manufactured home as a new accessory dwelling unit that would formally permit or legally permit that dwelling unit to remain, stating the use of that structure for family as well. And we can come back to this if necessary. It's also included in the packet. On the screen, this is something that the petitioner's representative provided, indicating their layout of the property and identification of the structures for this petition. And also, I included this in the packet as well, is the boundary survey from 2023 that shows those structures as identified on the property as well as its boundaries. And I just did a zoom in here, and you can kind of see even from the survey, they referenced that 2,800 square foot structure as a dwelling also on the survey. So in order to permit 2 dwellings on one lot, one of them has to be an accessory dwelling unit, and this variance is an attempt to convert the manufactured home into such. Okay, so that brings me to staff's recommendation for the Allen accessory dwelling unit size limitation variance, Chapter 811. Staff recommends denial of the design standards variance, stating practical difficulties have not been met and that the petitioner could replace the existing 1,300 square foot manufactured home with a dwelling that meets the 800 square foot size limitation for accessory dwelling units in the residential 1 zone and work to acquire the appropriate permit for the existing 2,800 square foot structure that was built as a residence without permits. I will now take any questions.
Well, I think we better hear from the petitioner. Mr. Allen, I assume you're going to be talking with us. And just for Barb, our lady in the planning department who helps keep us straight, would you kindly sign in? We know you don't have to swear in, but it'll help Barb out.
Thank you all very much. As already noted, my name is Larry Allen. I'm representing David and Teresa Jones, who are the petitioners here. They're actually in the room here tonight with us. Teresa, despite having oral surgery, is toughing it out tonight with us, and as well as their daughter Lacey, who lives in what's proposed as the accessory dwelling unit, and her young son, and David and Teresa's grandson. As we already noted, so this property was owned by a relative previously, and as was noted by staff, the larger structure had been constructed already at the time that David and Teresa had purchased this. They purchased this in 2018. It served as kind of the ideal type of property for what their intended use was, and they were unaware of lack of permits or that it was in any way non-conforming at the time. I will say, just for full transparency, I believe that the larger structure here was already in the process of being finished out. There was some finishing work that took place afterward that they continued to finish out on that property. But as I said, they weren't aware that there were a lack of permits or anything like that. The two structures here, in terms of trying to sort out this knot, essentially, I think the narrative is exactly correct. Whenever they went to attempt to build a garage on the site, they were informed by staff that this was non-conforming and that there were steps that they would need to take. That's exactly what they want to do, is they want to try to, in the most economical way possible, in the most practical way possible, is kind of untie this knot, get the proper permits. So understanding that this is one of the processes, the variance for the DADU, it makes sense to make that existing smaller structure is close enough to what the DADU requirements are for residential of that 800 square feet. I understand it's 1,300 square feet, but it's the closest to meet to that, and then pursue the after the fact building permit for the one-story larger residence, and that's what they intend to do. As I noted, and as you can see on the screen here, these dwellings are extraordinarily close. And so sometimes what we see with these types of DADUs is they want to use it to rent out or do something else. This is really a family type dwelling. It's so close in proximity that the Joneses really have their only intended use is to this kind of dual family support system. And that's what it has been used. So for David and Teresa, they've used this proximity. It's been ideal for them to help take care of their grandson, which they do fairly regularly. And for Lacey, it's ideal for her to help take care of potentially her aging parents. And so that is really the primary intended use here. This is not to be split off for any other future development or to be used as a money-making thing. This really is meant to just be a true accessory dwelling unit with the family so that they can support each other. I already mentioned that they had, once they were told of the requirements, they've started down this process. It's taken some time to get to this point, but I think we're at a good place of momentum. Just to address some of the variance standards, both first in Indiana code and then just to address very specifically the practical difficulties in terms of whether this approval would be injurious to public health or safety and morals, general welfare. There's no change to the character of this property. There's no increase in the usage. In fact, this is a 5+ acre lot. If it was spread out differently, you could have 2 different dwelling units on it, of course. And this has already been existing, and so there's no traffic, there's nothing that would hinder the character of the neighborhood or change it in any significant way. In fact, honestly, probably, again, because of that family use, it probably goes to support the general morals and welfare of our community as opposed to degrade it. The second just principle behind approving a variance is that the use and value of the area adjacent to the property will not be affected in substantially adverse manner. As I mentioned, there's no change. So as you can kind of see here on the aerial that's depicted on the screen, this property is significantly set back from the end of the drive. It's almost completely covered in woods. There's significant differences between the neighbors in terms of you can barely see any houses. And on the western side of this is actually an industrial use on the other side of those woods. So we're not talking about any damage to the character of that particular area here or anything that's injurious. In terms of practical difficulties, and as they're defined under the county zoning ordinance, the denial of this variance will result in significant practical difficulties to the family. First of all, it's going to displace one of the families if it's denied. I mean, the denial and how this would go, either the Joneses themselves have to move out or their daughter and their grandson would have to find a new place to live potentially. At this point, it's also not reasonable or practical to redesign or relocate the properties. One, because as we've already noted, they both already have installed and approved separate septic systems. So that's going to be a major undertaking already if you try to relocate or reconfigure this site. In terms of cost, the practicalities go away. I think as staff noted in its report as well, there is a karst conservancy area immediately behind this, and so you also risk bumping into that. There's a creek to the north and the east, which also create some difficulty there in just terms of spreading out how you would use the land, and you would need a different type of drive structure to do that. So you'd potentially be increasing the use of the land to separate this out any other way, whereas in the compact format that it currently is in, with the sewer as it's currently installed, is the most efficient. In terms of the unique circumstances behind this particular one, I think the fact that this existed at the time that they purchased it and that it was in progress of being finished out presents those unique circumstances here. This is obviously very unusual. We're trying to work with staff. We want to get through this process, get a building permit, get this all approved before any other, approvals and permits get sought. So for any garage or a deck or anything like that, they want to go through this. And then as kind of noted in the staff report, in terms of another practical difficulty, there's actually no way of getting around a subsequent approval here, I think is what we've heard. Either they're going to go ahead and try to get this approved via the variance, which seems minimal, and then the building permit. But either way, if this was denied for some reason, they still have to go to the building department and potentially get a new permit. They still have to work with staff to get those permits. And so that also creates an additional hardship. And particularly because they're getting a permit at that point, if this is denied, to choose which home they're going to get rid of, which is a very difficult choice for them to make. I think just in general, again, there are practical difficulties. The cost it would be enormous to the family if you're essentially giving up a house and a dwelling and you're moving away part of your family from this site, which is extraordinary and unusual in these circumstances. This is not a developer who was trying to thwart the intention of the zoning code. This is really just a family who's now trying to do the right thing and get the proper approvals. I also know, I noted the families here, so if you have any questions for them, they're happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. We're going to hear from the public as we do. And if there's any member of the public who would like to speak in support or in opposition to this petition, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand. And that's either for or against. We see no one? Okay, so let's discuss it.
I have a question for staff. So the larger home, the 2,800, was built without a permit. And so there's something called after the fact permit, which how intriguing is that? They want to build a 1,200 or 1,300, 1,200 accessory dwelling unit, somewhere in that 1,200.
It's a garage.
So
A garage.
A garage.
A garage.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a residential, but isn't the daughter and son going to live in residential dwelling unit?
Let me
garage?
clarify, yes.
Yes.
So on the property existing currently is a approximately 1,300 square foot manufactured home that's been there since 1993.
Yes.
And then as well as its own detached garage. Then sometime in 2017, the 2,800 square foot structure was built without permits. And that structure, as evidenced from the imagery and the photos we have, was built with an interior that's like a dwelling unit. All of this started, though, when the petitioner came to the building or to the planning department wanting to build a brand new detached garage. That detached garage has not been built yet. That process was stopped because we recognized that there was an unpermitted structure on the property, as well as 2 dwelling units that needed to go through the proper channels to get approval.
So the manufactured home right now is where family members are living, and that's not going to be changed. It's the detached garage we're really wrestling with, because the after the fact permit on the main dwelling unit, you gave us 4 options, which were, oh my,
Yes. Yeah,
which is it going to be?
There's lots of complications with the process moving forward, especially if it's denied. They are selecting the existing manufactured home to be converted as the detached accessory dwelling unit. The proposed 1,200 square foot detached garage that isn't really shown on any of the maps because it's still in the development stages, that would serve purely as a detached garage. It would not be any sort of dwelling. So they're committing to keeping the 2,800 square foot structure as the main residence, and we'll get the proper after the fact permit through the building department for that. And they're seeking the accessory dwelling unit use classification on the manufactured home.
Thanks.
This is a statement, not a question, but this comes up some time ago, a little while ago. An attorney who is no longer frequently practicing in front of us, I think Mike Carmen, as I understand, has basically retired from this portion of his practice and gone on to a completely different area of practice. But he was always a respected and appreciated member of the bar here. I said, Mike, if I buy land and I get my title policy, does it tell me anything about the dwelling? Excuse me, about the zoning? And the answer was no. And I said, well, can you get a cheap rider that somebody will check it? And the answer was no, you can get an expensive one. But it's not part of routine land conveyancing. And many times we've come up with somebody who buys real estate not knowing that it's non-conforming. And I don't think they're not doing their due diligence. There's no diligence you can do that is due or that is routinely provided. In a situation like this, it makes me particularly sympathetic to granting the after the fact, because otherwise the person's, maybe been defrauded, but that's not really the point. The point is they bought this, it's got useful things, and I'm not prepared to see it demanded they be torn down or waste these resources. Housing is very scarce. And in these circumstances, I'm going to be prepared to support this, but I'd be glad to listen to my colleagues.
But we are talking about the garage, not about the residential, because those two are taken care of by other people, by other entities. The after the fact permit's not granted by us, and no, is the manufactured home isn't granted by us either. We're talking about the standalone detached garage that's of a different size than the regulations. Am I right about that?
So this variance is for the size limitation of an accessory dwelling unit, not a new storage structure. The manufactured home sits with 1,300 square feet, and the limitation is 800 square feet. So in order to formally convert the manufactured home into a accessory dwelling unit, they need this variance to do so.
Does this also include the garage, or that's not before us?
Yeah.
Garage is not before us because there is a permit that's been submitted, but it's been on hold to clarify this.
This mess.
Yeah.
So yeah, just to put a fine point on that, the garage is not under consideration right now. This is about the two dwelling units and whether you can use one of them as an accessory
We just
dwelling
want to untie that knot,
Yes.
I mean, those
Many moving parts in this one.
And from my perspective, the family is living a dream. They're located closely together. They're able to look out for each other. They get multiple generations. They just got to fix this bureaucracy so that they can, first of all, live without hassle, and secondly, think about building a garage. And I'm in favor of not displacing one of the families and granting this variance request. I believe Mr. Allen's arguments for the justification for doing so were compelling, and I'd like to untie this knot.
Well, I would only have one nit to pick.
Yes.
And that is, I don't think the bureaucracy has tripped them up. I think somebody who built and violated our ordinances has tripped them up. And the fact that this is not revealed when you try to buy land like it would if there was an encroachment. I don't think the problem is the bureaucracy. I think the problem is people who disobeyed our requirements.
I agree.
But I'm not going to punish the new owners for buying something not knowing that it was non-conforming.
Yes, I agree.
We had this situation before many months ago with an unpermitted build. And I know we asked you, is there any recourse for that builder? I think you said that there was a reporting system or something about that.
So in our CDO, we do have enforcement processes and things that we can do. We can contact the owner, we can contact the builder, we can contact, a variety of people as part of our enforcement, but I think that the onus is always on the owner at the time that we engage. So it's the owner first.
Let's not put any more burden on this family. These families. Yeah.
No. I just wondered, the unpermitted build, is that builder going out doing that all over the county? I mean, that's a fine question.
I'm not sure who the builder was in this case, so I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to move that we approve variance 25-30, the Allen accessory dwelling unit.
Mr. Allen.
Oh,
just really quickly, you all were actually in the middle. I just want to make sure, just in terms of procedurally, you all were in the middle of taking public comment, which has not been completed yet.
Yes, it was.
So you may want to complete that before you make a motion to approve or deny.
Public comment is finished. They did not. Nobody spoke, right?
Right.
Nobody raised their
rebuttal, maybe. I don't.
There's no rebuttal because there was nobody to speak in opposition. We asked for public comment, but we didn't get it.
But I am confused here that the title is Allen accessory dwelling unit. It really should be Jones accessory dwelling unit. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yes, yes, the Mr. Allen was the petitioner. It was the applicant as their representative. So I just gave it that name.
But it's Jones who are the party in interest.
They are the owners of the property, and the applicant was Mr. Allen on behalf of the Joneses.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so I'm going to move that we approve the Allen/Jones accessory dwelling unit 800 square foot size limitation variance to Chapter 811.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-30, which is the Allen/Jones accessory dwelling unit 800 square foot size limitation to Chapter 811. A vote yes is a vote to approve the variance. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Motion is approved 3-0.
Yes, and thank you for untying that knot and also for suffering through this long time with your recent oral surgery, and continue to have a beautiful family location.
And congratulations to your grandson for managing this whole thing so well. Hours. Well done, sir.
No, thank you. Now, to the board, I have to ask, we have, do we want to continue? I'm required to ask you if you'd like to continue hearing all the cases or if you'd like to break. Well, there is one, the next case is 3 cases all in one. And then, so that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 more cases. How are you holding up, my friends? Yeah, I've got those on there.
Yeah, I think we should carry on.
That's
Yeah, I've already missed the play I was going to go to at 9 o'clock, so.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the public should be relieved. We're gonna stick it out and get through this tonight. We're gonna power through it. So the next variances are items number 14, 15, and 16 concerning variance 25-31A, B, and C. And this is the price accessory dwelling units, the price accessory, on 1,000 square foot size limitation, a price accessory dwelling unit 5-acre lot size requirement variance, and the price accessory dwelling units having a shared driveway requirement concerning a 2.506 plus or minus acre parcel in Clear Creek Township at 7555 South Zykes Road. And Mr. Brown, if you could lead us through this, we need you.
Thank you. So the purpose of this is to establish a new detached accessory dwelling unit along with an accompanying driveway on the property. There is an existing home on the property, which is described by the petitioner as consisting of 2 mobile homes combined under a pole barn structure. However, the mobile homes have been combined and modified to accommodate a single family as seen in Exhibit 5, and therefore it's considered a single family residence. There is no building permit associated with this variance at this time, and as such, there may also be additional variances required once the building permit application is reviewed. The petitioner requested that the variance process go first so that they don't have to spend the money on getting a certified plot plan for a detached accessory dwelling unit. Under the county development ordinance, a detached accessory dwelling unit is permitted in the agricultural residential 2.5 zoning district with standards. One such standard is that the DADU is required to be on a lot that is at least 5 acres in area. This lot is only 2.506 acres. In addition, the county development ordinance states that a detached accessory dwelling unit can have a maximum of 1,000 square feet of livable residential space, as defined in Chapter 850. The petitioner, however, is proposing a detached accessory dwelling unit with a livable residential space of 1,398 square feet and an attached non-heated garage that is measuring 545 square feet. As this garage is non-heated, its square footage does not count towards the overall 1,000 square foot limitation. And finally, a detached accessory dwelling unit is required under the county development ordinance to share the same driveway entrance as the existing home. However, the petitioner is proposing that the detached accessory dwelling unit instead connect to an already existing driveway north of the existing home. And here are the definitions of accessory dwelling units as well as livable residential space. The key components for what qualifies as livable residential space seems to be, in parts, whether or not an area of the structure is heated or cooled. And here is the location map and site conditions map of the property, as well as the zoning and comprehensive plan maps. And here is a view of the property in question. The proposed location of the detached accessory dwelling unit is here where my mouse cursor is. And here are some site photos. The one on the left shows the existing single-family residence on the property, and the one on the right shows the proposed location of the detached accessory dwelling unit. And here is the petitioner's site plan for the location of the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit. It is worth noting that this is a subdivision and that the owner owns 3 of the lots. Lot number 2 is a location of the proposed dwelling unit. The owner is currently renting that out long-term to a family. The same is true of lot number 4. Lot number 3 is vacant, with the petitioner saying that they plan to build a home there as well. And the image on the left shows the floor plan that was submitted to staff of the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit. And the image on the right is, once again, a plat showing the Price Minor subdivision. And so staff has the following recommendations. We recommend denial of VAR-23-31A, as a redesign of the proposed DADU could bring it into the 1,000 square foot limit of livable residential space. We recommend denial of VAR-25-31B, as practical difficulties have not been demonstrated. The petitioner owns a vacant lot to the north where the proposed home could be located. But we do recommend approval of VAR-25-31C, as while the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit will not be using the same driveway as the existing residence, it is proposed to branch off an existing driveway that is an ingress-egress easement and therefore would not result in any further driveway entrances to a county roadway. In addition, if the proposed driveway were to share the existing driveway entrance, it would increase the impervious cover of the lot, and the driveway would need to navigate around 2 sinkholes and preserved trees to reach the Dadu's proposed location as seen in Exhibit 6. Any questions?
Well, we'll save them till after we hear from the petitioner.
All right.
Okay, if the petitioner is here, if you would kindly come up and sign in. Mr. and Mrs. Price, if you'd sign in, then I'll swear you in. Thanks for hanging in there with us today. Would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Price. So we just want to hear from you, your requests for these 3 variances and what your rationale is and why you think we should grant it.
Well, lot number 2, I would like to give to her.
I see.
As an existing home on there, it was there when I bought the property in 2004. It was there. Basically what it is 2 mobile homes that they put a pole barn over the top of and cut one of the walls in the inside of it, made basically a double wide out of 2 trailers. It's been getting in pretty bad shape, but right now it's currently occupied by a single mother with a couple of kids through the Bloomington Housing Authority. And they've been there, I think, approximately 6 years. So exactly how much longer they're going to be there, I don't know. I know sooner or later the kids, probably in the next 2 or 3 years, are going to become of age, and I don't know if they're going to qualify for that 3-bedroom home anymore, but that's something that I plan on removing and replacing it with the the mother-in-law home for me and my wife. Now the proposed home that I'm proposing to build or have built would become the primary residence, and the existing mobile homes would be removed and replaced with a 1,000-foot mother-in-law house. The lot to the north, it's just a buffer, I mean, it's if you look at Zykes Road and the lot to the north, there's a lot of residences on that corner there, and there seem to be growing. A lot of lots up there, and it's just been a buffer. I mean, if I wanted to develop it, we could have done it sometime in the last 20 years, but that was never our intentions, was to develop that lot. The only reason that Lot 1 was sold off is because a few years back money got a little tight and we had to sell it. And we worked out a deal with a couple of friends of ours, a young couple, but their marriage kind of went that way, so they weren't there very long. But the couple that lives there now are extremely nice. One's a nurse practitioner and the other's a maintenance man at the IU, so we get along real well. We help mow each other's yard. When one gets behind, we'll help each other out. I just want to gift lot number 2 to my daughter and keep lot number 3 open basically as a buffer. And once I'm gone, what she does with it, whether she sells it or borrows money against it to bury me or whatever she wants to do with it, you know, she's going to eventually inherit it all. But hopefully that'll be a few years down the road. But, you know, my wife is not in the best shape right now. She's got COPD, but that's not, doesn't really concern this proceeding. But sooner or later, she will inherit it one way or the other, her and her sister. So, good chance that it might be developed. Lot number 3 might be developed, you know, 5-10 yards down, 5 or 10 years down the road. I can't guarantee that it won't be, but I won't do it. You know, and if I do, it'll be my house, you know. But it's just me and my wife now, and I really don't see. And for me to give her lot number 3, if you look at the topography of it, it would just about, you about have to require a walkout basement because the slope, and just about has to have a walkout basement, and that would add considerable cost to the cost of the house. And in 2004, when we bought the property, it was zoning was 2.5 acres. One primary resident. The way it was explained to me when I paid to have the property subdivided in 2005 was that it was 2.5 acres lots, which that's what they are. The minimum lot size was 2.5 acres. And they told me that it was one primary residence per 2.5 acres. And you could have a mother-in-law house is what they called it. And I don't remember anybody ever telling me it was 1,000 square foot, but they may have. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I've looked back and I can't find the regulations or the ordinances passed any farther back than maybe 2018, 2015. But, you know, there was no reason for me to look it up till just now, you know. But so I can't swear one way or the other whether there was a 1,000 foot restriction on the mother-in-law house or not, because I still can't find it. But what I want to do is give her lot number 2, let her build her house on there. I'm trying to get her through the legal aspects of it, trying to get the permits in order and things like that, so that she can move on and I can, it's yours.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
you're
nice.
about to see what you're getting into here.
Yeah.
But I'd much rather see her do that and build her house and make a mortgage payment than pay $1,800 or $2,000 a month rent somewhere, you know, because it could be a lot better off for everybody involved if she had a mortgage instead of a rental contract, you know. So, because the prices in this town are getting really high for rentals. I hope that you'll let me, I can go over and quick claim it. That lot is paid for, just a matter of signing it away. So that would be her down payment on her construction loan.
I already have approval and everything. It's just.
See. Okay.
So we're talking about building a new structure, and it's about 1,400 square feet. And our problem is that 1,400, just under, right? And our problem is that our regulations say 1,000, which is small, because as I looked at the plan of yours, it's 3 bedrooms. 1,400 isn't that large. It really.
It's nice.
It's going to be cozy.
Well, she had one picked out that was a little bigger, but we were trying to get down
Yes.
closer to.
Right.
The variant size that way,
That's right.
if need be.
The larger plans that she had, there's just no way. You know, I mean, I could drop a bedroom and, you know, this and that, and there's just no way we could get down in it. So she picked out a house that's very similar. I don't know if she's got a picture of it or not, but.
Oh, we saw the scheme of it right
We-
there.
we have it on the screen.
Oh, it's up there. That's
It's
the
there.
newest one.
There it
We
is.
have it.
Well, I'm talking about the,
The old one?
no,
Oh,
this
the
one.
outside of it. Okay.
Can I come up there?
Sure. That's beautiful.
Yes.
Exactly what you showed us right here. Yeah. Right, and this too.
So the one they wanted was 1,398, close to 1,400 square feet, right?
1,000.
Is this the one you're building?
Yeah, that's one. Yes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
Right, here they are.
So if
Thank
it's
you very
okay,
much.
if we could take a copy of one of those for the record, if that's all right. Just the one that we don't have, and then we can always give it back. We just have to take a copy of it for the record.
And she can give it back to you after she makes a copy. So, well, I think we've heard enough from you. Do you have questions of the petitioners? Or we'll open it up to public? We'll open, you know, we've heard your presentation, and now we'll hear from the public. If anybody is opposed to your request, then you'll have a chance to talk again.
Okay.
Okay? Are there members of the public who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this petition? Do we see none? None. Okay, so the public comment is closed and there's no need for a rebuttal, and we just discuss it among ourselves.
The one thing we didn't talk about is the shared driveway requirement, you know, because that.
But staff recommended approval on that.
Approval of that to,
Yeah.
okay, fine and dandy. Okay? All right, yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, any comments, Guy?
We're okay now. We're the ones talking now.
Okay, it's okay. We have to,
I'm kind of hard here. I've been construction all my life. I'm bulldozers, but
you're doing fine, thank you.
I get a little bit of head cold.
Oh, thank you.
You know, I think part of the problem is that the 800 foot in the one situation, 1,000 foot in the other, it's just hard to turn, to make a dwelling unit fit that. And we think we're going to be dealing with it, but that's not what we can deal with tonight. What we can do is deal with people who are doing the best they can to
Right.
get as close as they can. And I think that's what these people are doing, so I'm comfortable with it.
Me too.
Me too. So I'm going to make, we're seeing a lot more family reunifications, and it's the trend, and good for you.
Yeah.
So I think we'll make a motion to, I want to make a motion to approve variance 25-31A, the price accessory dwelling units 1,000 square foot limitation, variance from chapter 811, and also variance 25-31B, the price accessory dwelling units, the 5-acre lot size requirement variance from 811, that as well, and also number 3, variance 25-31C, the price accessory dwelling units shared driveway requirement variance from chapter 811, all 3 of them.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve all 3 variances, VAR-25-31A, B, and C, regarding accessory dwelling units. A vote yes is a vote to approve all 3 variances as stated by BZA member Pamela Davidson. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Guy Loftman,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson,
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Motion is approved, 3-0.
Congratulations. It's going to be a really beautiful place for your family. Thank
It's
you.
great.
Thank you
It's
so
nice to
much.
live close to the folks.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you for putting up with us tonight. Thank you.
Good luck. Looks
Bye.
good.
It's going to be beautiful. Okay. Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, we only have 3 more to go.
Only 3.
Okay.
Only 3. Only. Only.
Oh, Sean said it's going to be quick. Okay, let's get started. VAR-25-32.
The copy, did you?
She has to make it. And yeah, the Dick minimum lot width variance to Chapter 804 concerning 3.25 plus or minus acre parcel in Clear Creek Township, Section 8 at 7505 South Old State Road 37. Take it away.
All right. So minimum lot width variance to Chapter 804. The purpose is to construct a roughly 800 square foot new single family residence on the property. According to Chapter 804, the agricultural residential 2.5 zone requires a lot to be 200 feet in width, whereas the lot in question is only about 118 feet in width. There did exist a residence previously on the property, but that has since been demolished. There is a large compound sinkhole in the area that staff did identify using the county GIS, and that overlaps the northern property line. But planning staff believes that the proposed location of the new residence has sufficient distance between the structure and the outermost contour line of the sinkhole. And I will have an exhibit that illustrates that. Here are the location map and site conditions maps. I've got those on the screen, and then I do have a follow-up for the site conditions map, which kind of illustrates that outermost contour line of a very large karst feature, most likely a sinkhole. On the left-hand side, I have on the image a red line, and when I measured it, it came out to approximately 96 feet, which is more than enough distance away from the outermost contour line of that sinkhole.
Great. That's good news.
These are some site photos, so you can see in some of the photos where the previous home used to reside, and they are going to utilize at least part of that location for the new residence. The petitioner does have a certified plot plan from Deckard Land Surveying, and this is just a snippet of where that new residence will go. They have noted all of the necessary requirements like setbacks, the septic system, the driveway, everything checks out as far as all other design standards. It's just the lot width that is unfortunately kind of the problem here. However, staff does recommend approval of the minimum lot width variance based on the fact that practical difficulties have been demonstrated. So the property alone cannot meet the 200-foot minimum lot width requirement without doing a lot line shift through a type E administrative subdivision with an adjacent neighbor, which the neighbor would have to agree to, or rezoning to a property with a smaller lot size, but I mean lot width when I'm referring to that. So this variance would be the minimum variance necessary for any new development of the subject property.
Oh, Sean. And is Mr. Dick here? Is that you, sir?
No, I think Tobias is online.
Tobias, if you'd like to speak with us, you're welcome to. If you see him, not necessarily required, but.
I do see him. Tobias, you can speak if you'd like.
Just have to unmute.
Have to unmute yourself. I love those long properties off of State Road 37, and I love the ranch homes out there that are there. I just love that area. So, yeah. Mr. Tobias, if you're there, if you could unmute yourself. Looks
They
like.
haven't indicated they wish to speak, so.
Pardon me?
They have not indicated they wish to speak.
Okay, so he said he only had a phone for a microphone. Sir, if you could just type in the text message anything that you want to say that Mr. Smith did not cover, then we might be able to consider anything in additional that you would like us to consider before we hear from the public.
Sorry, I don't think that they wish to speak.
Okay. Okay, so if there are he said Sean did an excellent job of presenting. Thank you, Tobias. So if there are members of the public who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this petition, please let us know by either coming to the microphone in this room or raising your virtual hand. If there's no one, I move it back to us for a motion or discussion.
I'm going to make a motion to approve variance 25-32, the Dick minimum lot width variance to chapter 804 for practical difficulties. I mean, 200 feet minimum lot width requirement, and they have 118 feet wide. Do the math. Second.
It's moved.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-32. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Motion is approved 3-0.
Okay, well, happy
Yay,
rebuilding.
There he
Yes,
is.
thank
Yay.
you. Okay, we have two more items left on the agenda. Item number 18 is VAR-25-33. This is the Mulvaney maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 805 concerning 1.77 plus or minus acre parcel in Perry Township at 3700 South May Court. And Mr. Smith, if you would kindly review that with us.
Sure. So the request before you is a maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 805 with the purpose of constructing an approximate 600 square foot addition to the existing primary residence on the property, and that permit is R-25-344. And that is, upon staff review, that's where the issue of the maximum impervious cover was discovered. So the site itself is located within the Clear Creek Critical Watershed Area. So for Chapter 805, well, specifically for this zone, if the property is within a critical watershed, that means the impervious cover is limited to 4,500 square feet or 10% of the lot size, whichever is less. So 10% of 0.77 acres would be 3,354 square feet, whereas the site contains roughly 5,500 square feet of impervious surface when accounting for the residence, the shed, and the proposed improvements. So based on the petitioner's plot plan, the structure would otherwise meet all other design standards. So this is just the location and site conditions map. Pretty standard, no blatant environmental concerns or anything like that showing up in this review. These are just site photos. So the petitioner, Mike, was kind enough to mark out, it might be a little difficult to see on the screen, but he did mark out the extent to which the proposed addition will occur. He's got it marked by a line in the grass there. This is the petitioner's plot plan. So he's showing where the
new structure will go. He's got the location of the septic system on there, so no real concern there. He's just got some descriptions here indicating, what the project looks like. And he also provided further documentation here, just kind of showing the extent of the addition. And then he's got an image of his home, and then it looks like he added what, it would presumably look like, the structure in the end. I also included the petitioner's construction plans, since he did go the extra mile to provide all of this additional information. So I included it in the presentation, but it's also in the packet, and we can come back to it if you'd like. He's got a proposed excavation plan also here, illustrating all of the plans that he intends to follow. Pretty standard. This is the Fox Chase subdivision, so I have highlighted in yellow lot number 12, so that is the location of this specific property. It looks like it will meet setbacks, so no real concern there. However, staff does recommend denial of the maximum impervious cover to Chapter 805, citing practical difficulties. Chapter 841-4F3, in addition, 841-4F2B. The increase in impervious cover on the property could promote conditions on-site or off-site detrimental to the use and enjoyment of other properties in the area, and the ordinance gives the ponding of water as an example. However, that is not occurring here, but essentially, when it comes to impervious cover, unfortunately, in this case, the ordinance does not offer any sort of exception to this type of project, so that is why they are here requesting a variance.
Is Mr. Mulvaney, is that you? No.
He's online.
Okay. You're the
Last but not least.
Okay, Mr. Mulvaney, if you would like to review your request with us, we're ready to listen. If you could unmute your microphone.
I did see him on here, and now I don't, so I don't know if he's rejoining. So he is actually in California. He's in the Marines Reserve, so he had to be stationed there. So I don't know if that was a factor.
Jeez.
I see. Okay.
He was just on here a moment ago.
Wow.
I see. Well, is it required that he be here?
He has been on the whole time, so I don't know if there was a technical difficulty. I saw him when we were just doing the prior case. So.
Oh, my word. What if he got disconnected?
Well, I think the answer to the question is the petitioner does not have to be present or either online or in person for us to consider and either approve or deny, if I've got that right. Is that correct?
I'll double check the rules of procedure.
I will note that he did intend on attending.
Yeah,
so.
right. If he was on all that time, he should.
I would say that if we discuss it and we think we're going to approve it, he'd be fine with it. But if it's a denial, we should continue it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I think that's right.
Okay, so let's start discussing it.
Hey, there's nobody else for public comment?
Oh, are there members of the public who are opposed or in favor of this petition? Please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand. See no one, so let's discuss it.
Well, one thing I noticed on the documents, this is a 660 square foot addition. And I looked at the plans. I understand they have teenagers. They want a teenage space. That makes all the sense. He did say in his material, because it's impervious cover, that they're going to do a rain garden landscaping. I think we ought to note that because that's a pretty cool thing. And they also noted in the materials that on the impervious cover, it's a change from 11.3% to 13.9%. So it's under the 15% that we've talked about several times tonight. So I just think we ought to note those 3 facts.
Given those 3 facts, are you prone to support this?
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion to approve variance 25-33, the Mulvaney maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 805, page 159 for those, really for the justification.
Yes.
What I just talked
Okay.
about. Yes.
Second.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Mulvaney just rejoined.
Yes. We should
since you
listen.
already.
But we should listen to him because
Rules and procedures say that he can present findings of fact. So if you want him to
Good.
speak for just a consolidated note and say, Mr. Mulvaney, there's a motion on the table to approve your variances, or to approve your variance, and maybe if he has one thing
Yes,
he would like to add.
Mr. Mulvaney, and if so, I need to swear you in. If you would kindly raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
He's still muted.
You have to unmute yourself. We appreciate your patience this evening in California and your service to our nation.
That's right.
Hey, it's only 7 o'clock for him.
That's true.
I know. But is he able
Dinner
to
time.
unmute? I don't know if he's able to unmute. But a motion has been made to approve this, and Jackie was just going to call the vote. So
Wait, it is not letting me unmute. The button is frozen.
is there anything that you would like us to consider, Mr. Mulvaney? If so, put it in the chat box. I'm sorry that the system is not allowing you to
Or
speak.
in text, he was just putting in
Yeah,
text.
in
So
text.
he could just enter anything in text and we'll be able to see it and read it into the record.
Before we take a vote on the recommendation for approval. Okay, he says he has no comments. So
All right,
if
I'll
you
go
would-
ahead and call the roll.
Thank
So
you.
this is to approve VAR-25-33. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Margaret Clemens?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Motion is approved, 3-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mulvaney, and thank you for putting up with us so long and with especially with the technical difficulties. Thank you.
It seems to me that nobody
No.
could
Been able to
get on
unmute.
all night.
Well,
and-
no, several people have, but it's been.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
they-
right. They say that the button doesn't work.
Right.
He said the button doesn't work. I don't know. It just concerns me that there's maybe something going on, but we can't do anything about that tonight. And maybe technical people can.
They'll have, not a
Investigate.
fan of this Teams system. Well, we're at the last item on the agenda, and it's on Gifford. I used to live on Gifford Road. So let's see, this is the right maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 805 concerning a .56 plus or minus acre parcel in Van Buren Township at 5401 West Gifford Road. And so, Mr. Myers, please talk to us about this.
Thank you. This is variance VAR-25-34, the right maximum impervious cover variance, Chapter 805. The petitioner is requesting design standards variance to the maximum impervious cover requirement of Chapter 805 of the County Development Ordinance at the mentioned address. It's on .56 acres, and it's zoned Residential 1, or RES for short. It is located in a critical watershed of the Sinking Creek and partially of the Bunger Branch watersheds. Therefore, it has a more restrictive impervious cover requirement. The petitioner intends to construct a new 768 square foot detached garage and a driveway expansion. According to staff's calculations, the existing impervious cover is approximately 3,713.4 square feet, And the additional impervious cover that is proposed by the garage and driveway expansion is 2,665 square feet. That will total approximately 6,378 square feet, which is about 26% of the lot's coverage. With respect to the residential zones requirements for impervious cover, that requirement is 10% of the lot or 4,500 square feet, whichever is less. So 10% of, 0.56 acres equals only 2,439.36 square feet. So the existing impervious cover is over the what is currently allowed per the ordinance, and of course going over the requirement with the additions triggers the need for the variance tonight. So on the screen I included the definition for impervious cover. I also included table 2-805 for the design standard that's being referenced here. It's highlighted in yellow. On the screen now are two images, aerial imagery of the property. On the left is the existing square footage for the impervious cover. And then on the right side of the screen is the additional square footage of impervious cover that will be installed should this be approved with the detached garage and additional driveway area. On the screen now is the location maps in Van Buren Township off of West Gifford Road. And on the right side of the screen, we have the site conditions map. There are no other environmental issues on the property. It's not in the FEMA floodplain or DNR floodplain. It's not in the environmental constraints overlay, and there are no karst features on the property. Here on the screen is the map of the critical watersheds. In the red, you see the Sinking Creek, and in the yellow, you see Bunker Branch, and the petition sites in that highlighted light blue rectangle. That's in a little bit of both of those watersheds. Some aerial imagery of the petition site. And then we have the letter from the property owner indicating their request for a variance, as well as the site plan that was provided by staff. And then on the next screen, not in the next screen, in the packet, you also see that the petitioner had also added an additional detail of the location of the septic system, so we can verify that the new garage and driveway area is a ways away from that existing system. Okay, that brings me to staff's recommendation. Staff recommends denial of the maximum impervious cover variance, Chapter 805, citing Chapter 841-4F2B. The increase in impervious cover on the property could promote conditions on-site or off-site detrimental to the use and enjoyment of other properties in the area, e.g. the ponding of water. In Chapter 841-4F3, practical difficulties are not demonstrated. And these are, as you noted tonight, common findings with respect to maximum impervious cover variances. I will now take any questions.
We're going to first hear from the petitioner. And yes, Mr. Wright.
Very patient.
You've earned your
Very
time in the sun.
patient.
Come sign in and we'll swear you in. That's a nice area of our county, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And some nice lots and nice farmland.
You said you lived on Gifford.
Yeah, I lived on Gifford. Airport. By Cars Farm Park. Do you remember? Sir, would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So just go over your request for us.
Yes. When my wife and I bought that property in 1997, I believe. So there's a lot of changes that have taken place ordinance-wise that weren't in effect whenever we purchased that property. There was a copy of my initial reference letter. I uploaded an updated version, and I also have letters that I uploaded from my neighbors Well, they're more notes actually than not a letter, but mine is actually a letter with their approval of my project and what I want to do, which I would like to present those things to you all, apparently since they didn't get added to the packet like was expected. The first here is from the Englands. And then I have Paul and Avery England are fine with the garage being built. Then from Seth Cupper, neighbor to the east, I have no problem with this project to proceed and think it will improve the area. Seth Cupper. Let's see here. That's my letter to the board. I'll get to that in a moment. The Scott and Stephanie Carnegie at 5344 West Gifford Road are okay with the proposed garage, signed by them. And then they were to the north of the property. And then I don't have any problems or objections with Vincent's project, Farrell Duckworth, who is my neighbor to the west.
That's like north, south, east, and west, right?
Yes, I'm covered all the way around.
They may need copies of those.
Yeah,
You've read them.
have them,
and
You
yes.
have them?
Yeah,
You
we have them. I apologize
Okay.
for that. I did not see that they were uploaded, but I can pull them on the screen as well.
Believe
We
you.
do have all of those that he just referenced.
In my updated letter here, let's see, I'm planning on extending my driveway and the parking area and building a garage. I need the variance because the impervious cover maximum of my plan is exceeded. One of the things is in the redoing of this is the end of the driveway. Where I'm at there on Gifford Road, I'm just to the east of the crest of the hill. And it was talked about earlier tonight about people backing out of their driveway onto the road. I have lost count over the years of how many people I would look, okay, I'm good, and then back out, and then I would look again, and there's the front end of a car dipping down where they are, I will say, possibly exceeding the speed limit headed toward the east. And then they top the hill, and it's like, oh my goodness. And then
That was me.
well, you know, it's like I caution people, visitors, delivery drivers, or whatever, to do their best to turn around in the area that I have now, and even get onto my grass, so as to not to back out or do any maneuvering on the road other than going, because it's dangerous in that area, in my opinion. And then I hadn't really thought about it, but earlier tonight, one of the other people mentioned that they were building a garage because of rodents. And I'm like, I've had a rodent damage my wiring in my vehicle, so by putting it in a garage, I'm like, that's another reason to build a garage. The project will move my existing vehicles into the new garage space and create more room to get turned around in for visitors and Amazon. Amazon's plus, I've always wanted a garage. Like I say, when my wife and I purchased that property in, I believe it was 98, 97, somewhere in there, it was always the idea in the back of, at least in the back of my head, to extend the driveway to the back and build the garage back there and have, as the gentleman earlier was talking about, a place to tinker, to keep the vehicles safe from weather events that was talked about earlier, and rodents as well. And well, time just sort of got away from us. Sorry, my wife, she passed away last July. And to be honest, that's where a little bit of this money's coming from life insurance and stuff. And Anyway, yeah, time just got away from us, and I guess we gotten caught up in, let's see, how do I want to word this? The new, different ways of thinking about land use and impervious cover. Who in 20 years ago even heard of impervious cover, or even thought about? Okay, well, so the water's going to go. It's going to move this fast instead of this fast over a section of ground, which I don't have, there's not a lot of, it's a 0.56 acre, so there's not a lot of room to reorient things or to change things. With the ordinance the way that it is now, apparently, if I'm understanding this correctly, I'm already in excess of the 10%, and I can't apparently do anything with my property if I'm understanding this correct. Nothing.
No additional impervious cover would be permitted without this variance, the way the ordinance is currently written. Yes.
So, I mean, reduce the size of my parking area that's already dangerous, but then to be able to get into the backyard, I'm still going to be fighting this restriction that's, well, in my opinion, it's sort of overly burdensome. 10% of a lot size is, in my mind, overly burdensome. If I remember correctly, reading some of the other literature, if it wasn't in a critical watershed, isn't it 50% of the lot size? It's just above the area that you had marked in yellow there. Yeah, that line. A maximum impervious cover, 50% of lot size, or 7,000 square feet, whichever is less. So it's just dealing with that critical watershed area. And if you look at the elevation, or not elevation, the topography in the backyard where the water flows, as you go into the backyard, those gradient lines get farther and farther apart. So it's flatter and flatter and flatter the further it goes back. So the water will be naturally slowed by the lack of elevation change, as compared to like the front of the house or the next lot over, where those topography lines are so much closer together than they are in the backyard. Oh, goodness, I've rattled. Coming to the meeting and then wanting to have something built in Monroe County, and it's just been a very wild learning experience, to say the least.
We appreciate your working so well with staff for going through the procedures and the regulations and for going about it the right way. We're on a learning curve too, because our ordinance just changed. We're hitting what in theory may not work out in practice, and we're discovering that as we go, and impervious surface seems to be one of the things, and we're sorry you got caught up in that, but we're paying attention to what it is we thought about and how it's working out, so.
I deal with that at work some. I work down at Crane, and we develop testing procedures, and there's the tabletop proofing, where someone will write out their procedure, and you'll sit down around a table and you'll read through, oh, this is the most wonderful thing ever. And then an actual physical proofing, where you go and actually apply what was written down.
Exactly.
And then you find out, oh my goodness, we forgot to write to open the cabinet to access this piece of material that we needed. So it's like you're in the room, or you're in one room and then it tells you to do something else, but you need to be in another room to do that second thing, and it doesn't allow for you to move from one room to the other. So
This is exactly where we
That's-
are. And, the code hadn't been updated for decades, so we just finally got it done. And now we're gonna have a reassessment, but we really appreciate your graciousness as you worked with staff to go through this, and thank you for that.
And impervious cover, we have all seen flood effects throughout the world. And because rain is harder, quicker, more intense, that is where we're headed in terms of this restriction. It just has to be, because all the world over, we are witnessing those events.
And in Monroe County in particular.
That's right.
We've been having, the 100-year flood comes every few years now.
So we're trying to protect you with this so that you don't lose everything,
Well, in that area, I think I'm like at 950 feet in elevation. If it actually floods there, I'm not really concerned about me, because the world has a lot more problems than water coming up to 950 feet above sea level.
Not to, I'm pretty well up too, but I got a creek right below me, and that's what floods. And the faster the water gets there, the faster it floods, and that's why we're so concerned about that.
Speaking to that, I believe you all mentioned that I am not in any floodplains or anything like that.
Correct.
Yeah, right. I think we're ready to go ahead with decision-making for you.
I have to hear from the public.
Yes,
So
and
if
as
you don't
soon as
mind,
we've heard
sir.
from the public.
Yeah, are there members of the public who would like to speak in favor or opposition to this petition? If so, raise your virtual hand, because you sure ain't in the room.
I will note from my reading that if this is approved and he builds it, it'll be 26% of his property, which is a big number.
It is.
That is a big number.
I do agree with that. Well, there again, that's 26%, which is just a little bit more than a quarter of the property, which the non-critical watershed is 50%. So a critical, I would think if it was a critical area, half of what a non-critical area would be more than reasonable. So I would be here and we would be quibbling about if changes, this, that, and the other. We would be quibbling about 1.5% of me being over if it was a more realistic number.
I like your input, and we took note. So with that, is there a motion?
All right. What do you say? Here you go.
Yeah, but please vote on this before we leave.
Yes. No, let's just stay for a while.
We have such a good time.
Yeah.
I move to approve variance 25-34, right maximum impervious cover variance to chapter 805 at 5401 West Gifford Road, on the grounds that practical difficulties have been demonstrated and it will contribute to public safety. It's not just you backing out, it's those speeders coming over the hill. We don't really.
It's me you're saying.
Particularly considering who it is.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-25-34, right impervious cover. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes, Mr.
Motion is
Wright.
approved.
Thank you
3-0.
so much, Mr. Wright, especially
Thank you,
for
and thanks to the staff for the hard work and everything. And I do have a building permit in process that was holding on this. That
great.
Is now should.
Yes, I'll be in contact with you. We'll move through those last few
I think at this
steps.
point now I need to go pay for the building permit.
Yeah, we'll be in touch tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for your service at Crane, and so sorry about your wife. So sorry.
And I didn't mean to throw that out there for sympathy, but it's just
heartbreaking.
Life wasn't supposed to be like this right now. So.
Well, is Is anybody wanting to stay here?
I think we move to adjourn.
All right, thank
Move
you.
to adjourn. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you,
for-
BZA members, for sticking it out.
Thank you.
Appreciate
for
it.
helping.